And we're live, sort of.
As live as we're going to get here, and hopefully we will stay that way. So, welcome, friends and players. We are here, hopefully, to have some fun, but also to maybe get some runners killed. We're going to find out, and that's part of the way this game is set up. So we're here to play Cyberpunk Augmented, which has some of the best packaging I've seen in a while, but I've taken it apart, so I can't show it to the camera it's all combined to glory. But we're going to be running it using the GameMaster's Apprentice Cyberpunk deck of cards, which I had a lot of fun updating in my most recent Kickstarter over 10 years after the original one came out. There we go. Thank you, Max.
You're not.
It's just like, it's a really fascinating box design. I love it. It also is super easy to learn because it's a series of pamphlets, and you can give somebody one pamphlet and they can learn it. The goal here, as we see in a lot of Forged in the Dark and Powered by the Apocalypse games, is that we play to find out what happens. And in this particular game, the general vibe is that we're playing a group of hardcore runners who are veterans at what they do, and they're trying to make it out on their personal angle with one last score. So we're going to be finding out about who these people are and what their personal goals are as we play. And we're going to talk about that in a moment. And then I, a few days ago, drew 3 cards from the GameMaster's Apprentice to set up a quick premise. And that premise, I'll talk about again in a moment. I've recorded myself going through it. And then 5 minutes before we gathered, I sat down to, as the game suggests, make a few NPCs, also using the GameMaster's Apprentice, and that I recorded those so that I have a few to draw on. But we're going to be not worrying about over prepping. We're just going to be flying by the seat of our pants here, and it's going to be hopefully a lot of fun.
Question for you, Nathan.
Yeah.
Can you just quick explain what the GameMaster's Apprentice is for anyone who might have found this not directly through some kind of advertisement?
That's totally fair. So the GameMaster's Apprentice cards are a set of randomizers that I put together and eventually edited into a human readable format with Max's help, that are meant to help generate content either on the fly, or if you'd like to prep ahead of time, to give you a starting point to boost your creativity, since I personally find it really difficult to break out of tropes if I'm not poking myself into new directions. And having randomizers on hand that I can just draw a card, pick one of the 14 or 15 or 17 or whatever number of things is on a given card as a place to start, really helps keep things from getting stale. And I made them originally because I was having trouble naming characters. So character names are a big feature on there, but there's also content generation, whether it's random events, quests, character stakes, and personal goals, belongings that can be used to generate loot or suggest what a person is carrying and thus something about them, sensory snippets, dice rolls, yes, no generators, and little image icons to sort of perform the same job as any other image-based randomizers or idea generators. So I really love them. I use them a lot. I have had good success making sure that I feel like my GMing content doesn't get too old by making sure I keep updating my content in my head with them. And so hopefully that'll prove true during this session as well. And I think without further ado, I think it's also good to then introduce ourselves as people and our characters and our current premise and goals for this game. And I'm going to start by saying, hi, I'm Nathan Rockwood. I'm the game master or operator for this session of Cyberpunk. Beforehand, we collected some game feedback and made sure that everybody was on the same page about a few things. So I'm going to go over that real quick. We're using a system of lines and veils, along with asking first about important content that we think is worth checking in before we introduce into the game world. Hard lines we've got are animal abuse, harm to animals, sexual assault, violence or coercion, and torture by PCs. And to be perfectly honest, I'm not going to have a whole lot of torture in general, but we're going to be seeing a lot of conflict, so there will be certainly some violence. Veils are graphic gore, harm to children, homophobia, transphobia, and sexual content in general. And so for Veils, please remember to just default to not describing anything in super detail. But those things might make appearances in the background fiction of the world or be implied. And we're going to be sure to ask first about introducing any racism or speciesism in this particular game. In general, I'm probably also not going to be, without asking first, introducing any particular focus on mental illness or things that are beyond a person's control about their personal experiences and being. However, since we're going to be exploring a world rife with classism, corporate greed, and social strife in general, we are probably going to be seeing people who are fighting back against an oppressive corporate government and maybe experiencing things like homelessness, poverty, and physical disease of various kinds. Does anybody have anything to add that they want to add out loud or mention in chat to me? Thumbs up for good. Alrighty. We're also be using the X card. I have my Zoom chat open, so if anybody is realizing in the moment that something is over the line for them, just drop an X in chat, either publicly or to me specifically, and we'll just stop, rewind, and keep going in a different direction. You can also, if you don't want to put it in chat and want to just react quickly visibly, you can always just hold up arms as an X. It's a little more visually dramatic, but if you don't mind doing so to throw it out there real quick, I'm happy to redirect based on that too. All right. And then with that said, I have set up a world in which, in this massive sprawl that has overtaken the majority of what was probably once North America, but really, who can say? We are experiencing a situation where our runners have spent their lives trying to either make it big or just survive or achieve another personal goal of theirs, and are maybe on the verge, maybe just need one more job to make it out and get what they want. And they found an opportunity. We're going to assume that you know each other in a way that would allow you to work together comfortably. Your characters may not necessarily be the best of friends, but you know you can rely on each other in this context. And the situation so far seems to be within your control, maybe. You feel like you've got a shot here. A few weeks ago, we started hearing rumors of a treasure in the form of an ARG. Somebody claimed to have started or found or solved or something, a puzzle that led to a net address, that led to a physical address, that led to you're not sure what yet. And so we'll be getting there in a minute, but you believe it's possible that at the end of this treasure hunt, you're either going to be finding something that is worth enough for you all to achieve your angle, or it would be something that you could maybe parlay into a reasonable score and feel that you at least can keep going to see if you can reach that one big score you need. In order to then push forward past that premise, I'd love to know a little bit more about your characters. So could we please, starting with, I think we'll start with Max, because you're on my left on this screen here. Max, then Tatyana and Daniel, can we hear a little bit about your runner and what their angle is? As much other background as you feel like sharing.
All right. Thanks, Nathan. So Rodney Carson, known to everyone as Drift, is during the day sort of a drone jockey and street racer, sort of on the fringes of legality, but not really dipping into anything that he can't get out of. His whole angle is just continually seeking the best tech. He is a chrome junkie. And not big cyber arms kind of stuff, but for instance, his latest acquisition was the Remtech GV9 Azure Edition Mind Machine interface, and there were only 2 million made. So he's pretty proud of that. The sort of more subtle underlying undercurrents are that he's had stuff replaced in his head so much that his nerve endings are shot, and the doc that he goes to basically says you've got 2 or 3 upgrades before we can't replace anything in your head anymore. And so if he can't get his fix that way, he's not sure what he's going to do. And he's feeling a little sort of YOLO about everything at this point. Like almost kind of wants to go out with a bang, but subconsciously.
Alrighty. And then Tatyana, let's hear about TOKI.
All right, yeah. So TOKI is more of our behind the series or scenes kind of character. She is definitely, or I guess she's a hacker person, and she likes to stay under the radar. And a lot of her troubles started coming from kind of a poorer area, not being able to get in the education that she had desired. And so she had to find ways to learn things herself. And she kind of just like got pulled into this whole kind of underground network, finding out more and more information and, you know, kind of grouping up with different people to see how she could prove herself and, you know, kind of show those who thought she wasn't good enough that she is, and or expose them for their own troubles. So yeah, she's behind the screen pretty much 24/7, and that's where she really thrives.
Alrighty, so we'll see if she winds up feeling a little bit out of her comfort zone if forced into the field. But thank you. And then Daniel, let's hear about Odin.
Okay. Well, Odin is a disgraced former corporate security specialist. Basically, effectively had a significant chunk of his head blown off during a anti-corporate raid. Spent a huge portion of his life towing the corporate party line. After that raid, his company paid for a massive cyber aug, which has a bunch of advantages, significant like visual improvements, heuristic predictive algorithms for like movement and combat improvements, things like that. But he also has to like get all of his nutrition through it too. He was, even after that traumatic injury, he still worked his job. He was still proud of his work, etc. Right up until during a corporate reorganization, they did a cost-benefit analysis and realized the maintenance on his headgear wasn't worth it according to their assessment of the situation, and they tried to repossess his head. And at that point, he went on the run and has been on the run ever since. And he basically, his primary angle is to make them pay. He wants to get revenge against the company that he was once so loyal to, and sort of more broadly against corporate culture and corporate structure. Having been completely disabused of the notion that it can be a force, like a positive force for good or a force for like, civilization or culture or order. There's a little kernel somewhere in his blackened, cynical heart that believes that corporations could be like useful as a structure for society, but that's like, you scratch any cynic, you find an idealist underneath, and it's very much that kind of attitude. He's your typical kind of like corporate tough. He's very good with guns. He's at least okay in hand-to-hand combat, and the headgear does help him with all of that sort of thing. He also does still have some corporate contacts and people that he knew, people who owe him favors, that he can kind of work his angles on. And so he's a little bit like 40% salesman, 60% hitman kind of person.
All right. So I'm excited to see what trouble we can get up to. The premise, as I laid out beforehand, was that you have discovered leads on what appears to be an ARG, and you're pretty sure that this ARG is going to lead to something. You're pretty sure this premise, or this ARG, has as a backer either a mega corporation, a value like a highly wealthy private individual, or a government. But I myself, as the GM, I'm going to provide us with a few starting points using the cards in a moment here, and pitch you on the first thing you have to solve or the challenge you have to tackle. I haven't generated it yet. I just know that it looks like this is a big score with the possibility of it actually just being a trap. I think that covers everything. So I'm going to go ahead and start up my little card cam, and I'm going to draw some cards and pitch our first scene. So the way this game works, we theoretically have have the opportunity to use sort of the Blades in the Dark style approaches to an engagement. We're not going to have an engagement roll for those of you familiar with Blades in the Dark, but not Cyberpunk. But we will be choosing an angle that which you will begin your scene. Assume that you, as veterans, will have conquered any major hurdles either ahead of time or in with the use of flashbacks to make sure that we don't have to spend a lot of time planning and prepping, so we can dive straight into the action. And let's see what these cards suggest first. All right. I love the verb adjective noun from these, and I'll share what they were later because I think just like it sounds funny, but it gives me an idea. So I think first things first is that when this rumor started on the net, probably given the various backgrounds of the people involved, I'm willing to say it was probably TOKI who first picked up on the vibes that something was going on that might be worth looking into. And with the help of your friends who are more interested in the field work angle, you discovered that a large group of people paying attention to what at first was sort of the equivalent of a Twitch plays of a augmented reality RPG, sort of a fantasy LARP situation going on in the real world, found themselves discovering that what appeared at first to be a physical treasure chest that their game had just sort of been incorporating broke open to reveal a net address that started them down this rabbit hole of everybody going, oh, look, this is a cool thing related to this game. It's probably the new expansion pack. But then the game denied involvement in it, and the people who had originally created it were scratching their heads about how this appeared in their virtual world and in the physical world at the same time. And you found that if you followed that net address to the very obvious encoded imagery puzzles that it sort of popped up, people started finding more and more opportunities to connect this to other major corporations that all denied involvement. And so we found ourselves scrolling through the websites, the back ends of, let's see, I drew some cards for some mega corporation names a moment ago, so let's just use these new ones. Solar Galleries, a major art distributor, was having a lot of their virtual gallery tours replaced with maybe game-related imagery popping up in place of their digital Van Goghs and their hollow sculptures made by the latest hot young thing in the sculpture world these days. And so you picked apart as much as you could, and you have figured your way to a location. Let's get with a physical location here so that I can get people involved in different capacities. Oh, that's going to be fun. I love it. Okay. Backstage at a corporate fashion show. So currently, the best guess that you or anybody on the internet can make is that the next part of this puzzle that is finally stepping beyond the internet sleuthing is going to be a timestamp and a GPS coordinates that led to the inside of a conference center where there is a corporate fashion show for Jericho Avionics' latest line of pilot outfits and associated lingerie kind of thing going on. These people are dudes in pilot themed bathrobes parading around, showing off big muscly, I am wearing cyber augments that can jack into my cybermech flight suit kind of thing. And everybody normally sort of ignores these corporate events because you only go to them if you have to. Everybody knows that. And suddenly this one sold out. It's going to be standing room only in this runway. And then you personally believe that somewhere backstage there's going to be a drop of information or a physical item or something that your team is going to want to get before everybody else. And so that's the information we have first. As a team, you get to decide now what's going to be your approach to getting in here before the, let's say, midnight clock countdown that leads to maybe other people getting there first.
Okay. Well, I'll say definitely I share this information with the team as soon as I find it. I'm just like, you guys, okay, I'm pretty sure I know where the next spot is, and we have to get to the back and find whatever it is. Like, I'm pretty sure it's key for us to move forward, so we need it before anybody else finds it. Now, it is at, this spot here for this event for the fashion show, and man, the tickets are going like wild. I'm surprised. It's going to be a little bit difficult for us to get in, but I guess this is one of those opportunities where I can see if TOKI did something behind the scenes to get us tickets or something.
So
TOKI, babe, you haven't been in this group chat for like 3 months. I need some context here. What? Last I heard, we were going out for fried squid sticks, and this is a lot. What you talking?
I mean, like, a lot's been going on, man. Of course, you've got the corporations over here. We're talking about this. It's a big deal. Oh, you know what? I just realized you're totally right. I haven't told you anything about the scavenger hunt, have I? Like, it's a big thing going on. I thought everybody knew.
And I feel like at that point, if you're all dropping whatever other feeds that you're normally paying attention to, we do see it's essentially like logging into YouTube, and then all of the shorts are about this like random thing going on, and people like breaking into an art gallery after hours, and it's like a group of runners getting arrested after like consuming an insane amount of very specifically weirdly chosen food at this one restaurant that then resulted in the receipts spelling out something that they're all like they're super pressed about what's going on in these receipts. It's all weird, but TOKI is able to probably walk you through the early stages of these puzzles at that point. And so I think the question is then going to be, do you, as a group, now that you're starting to be contacted and told we have a physical place to go, and TOKI is reaching out, do we want you to, as a team, be doing any prep work, or are you going to be doing any, or just deciding on your engagement style and arriving at the event?
I guess my question is, how costly are basic flashbacks going to be? I think according to the rules, like, flashbacks always cost some stress. So if that's the case, I'd prefer to do at least a little bit of groundwork. Otherwise, if we can sort of do freebie flashbacks just to fill in information gaps, then we can jump ahead, in my opinion.
I think I agree that I like the idea of having a few establishing flashbacks that can happen for free. What I would charge for flashbacks that allow you to deal with a challenge that I have established for you. So if I say, and I obviously, getting in is a thing, but if you're in the middle of a fight, flashbacks cost a stress or possibly more. I'm going to be fairly generous on that because I'm a big fan of keeping it moving. But I think, you can decide for yourselves if you want to just do one like information gathering or if you want to move forward with an approach. I like the system here where in, Cyberpunk, we don't have an engagement role. We just have a choice. And so I'm going to see if I can find in my booklet what the different ones are.
So I'm looking at them right now.
There we go.
Assault, which would be what's our point of attack? Deception, how are we tricking our way in? Stealth, what's our point of infiltration? Social, a connection to be leveraged. Or transport, what's our route and means in? So my initial reaction, Odin's immediately going to be like, oh yeah, I know all about that corporate fashion show. And like, he's going to have opinions about the cyberware on display. And one possibility. I don't know if I know anyone there, but I might be able to get us a position on crew so that we wouldn't even need a ticket. If we can get ourselves positioned for working the event, then we can already be backstage without having to find a way to sneak our way in. The other alternative is that these events, because they're held in these conference centers, they are leaky seas. Let me tell you, they are impossible to secure. There's so many different doors. So if we can't make the right contact, we could probably just sneak our way through. I doubt that they're really thinking of this as a high security event, even if they're probably going to be pretty confused about the sudden popularity. But they themselves are not going to be treating this like something that they need to guard more than usual.
And I do have a question in terms of technological levels. Are we at like everyone has a flying car Jetsons? Are we at nobody has a flying car except the president? Or is it sort of a middle ground where you have VTOLs or just for like public transit and ambulances?
That's a great question. I think in my head, I envision our version of the sprawl as a massive sort of like New York, lots and lots of high rises, and flying transport as relatively common. Probably not every car is a flying car. Not quite up to the level of Fifth Element, like, you know, flying taxis being like something a drunk can operate and not get fired immediately. But probably a situation where you could find yourself a VTOL transport. You might own one. I feel like it sounds like, given the background in corporate security, Odin would be familiar with them. I think I saw piloting on somebody's rudder sheet, rudder file.
Yeah, I've got piloting with expertise. I'm the hotshot drone daddy and race car driver.
Gotcha. So in addition to piloting those drones, I would say your character is very likely to have access to flying transportation of some kind. I'll let you decide if your ride is your ride and if it is a ride or a transport, depending on, like, you know, how you feel about your character's level of wealth.
I would say, so I should elaborate just a little bit more. Drift is sort of like well put together, comes off as someone with a bit of money, but also is like greasy, just like in a little bit personality and a little bit just physically. I don't know if anyone's seen the movie Shoot 'em Up, but it's more like Paul Giamatti villain character in Shoot 'em Up than like a heroic character. And so definitely knows people in low places. Were we to, for instance, like he might say like, oh, hey, if we can't get tickets legit style, then I think maybe I know a guy who can give us a little loaner taxi and we can just kind of like drop in on the roof. I know, Odin, that you're all about the, you know, like kick in the door kind of a thing, but maybe just a little slip in from the top there. Or he would hotwire something just to make sure that it was like off books. So if we wanted to go transport, can't really justify securing some legit tickets, might bite us in the butt later, but I can get us there.
So I think it sounds like we've got a good options for either transport or sort of social. I think Odin could leverage, as mentioned, those security connections. And I think if anybody could get tickets in this crew, I think it would be TOKI could find a way to try and secure some tickets or legit seeming tickets. So that would be perhaps, depending on your choices, stealth or deception. So anybody want to second any of these options that have been proposed?
One advantage to my plan, just throwing this out there, is that we can bring a large load along and sort of have a stash on the roof or keep it in the car, or, you know, we don't have to walk through security, so we could justify something better than a light load.
Wouldn't that possibly be true? Oh, I guess it depends. But for Odin's as well, if we come in as if we're staff, we would probably also have access to So I'm currently leaning towards either of those because I feel like Toki, mine would limit us with what we can bring and have access to.
I think maybe a little of column A and a little of column B. We probably can't bring in some really suspicious equipment just because we're supposed to be on crew. But if I get us on crew, that gets us badges, that gets us backstage. But if we then have a drop that's proximate to the building, if Drift can bring in some equipment sort of on the sideline, after we've gotten through the perimeter, we can then import a heavy load from where he's brought it in and potentially have a getaway vehicle ready for us if things get hot.
I think that sounds like the level of detail that we need for now to know that that's there. And then that opens up very much, if not free, then very easy flashbacks later if you decide you definitely plan for that pickup to be at this time, at this place, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So I think it sounds like our approach is going to be that social connection. All right, so we don't need an engagement roll. We're going to cut straight to the action. So the first part of this plan is going to go off more or less as you expect. Odin's able to reach out to a friend. Let's give that friend some details, shall we? I'm going to go ahead and draw some cards. Yeah, there we go. All right, so we got Bill Paradise, a fixer for the elite, and definitely not a great person, kind of a jerk, but mostly because he's paid for that. He's like a concierge for these kinds of events. And Odin, having a background in corporate security, has worked with him before. So good old Bill, B1LL, is an opportunistic kind of leech, and when offered, a little nudge, a reminder of a few favors owed that might no longer be owed, has provided you access. He's also probably feeling pretty frustrated with the general amount of people who are going to be attending this one, because suddenly his staff bills have already gone up like massively, and you don't want to be paid, you just want to be there. So he can pretend he's provided 3 extra bodies without having to actually come up with salaries for you. So I think he's feeling good about that, and that means your access passes are as legit as it's possible for them to be. On the other hand, that does mean that as soon as you show up, you are mobbed with harassed, like, corporate low-level execs who are supposed to be like managing this and are expecting it to be about 40 people who are paid to be here or will not be paid if they're not here, to clap politely in the background, is now like several hundred unwashed runners, and you are like the people most likely to be able to hold your own against them, and you're being encouraged gently to basically be bouncers at a few of the checkpoints, and they're not letting you in, but you're there, and they're like, okay, now go stand at that door. All right, so let's set the scene a little bit more, just so you know what you have to work with. We're at a conference center. There is an attached esports / physical sports arena that can hold several, like, 100,000 people in a nearby dome. And down the corridors from there, you're in what could have been a ballroom in different circumstances, or at least the main runway is in what could have been a ballroom, may once have been, in fact. There are hover news drones circling around in there for the most part. If you're lucky, you don't have to worry about them too much outside of the main event. And then the corridors all around this ballroom area have access to a number of poorly maintained restrooms, a number of poorly maintained conference spaces, and a number of poorly maintained parking garages and hovercraft landing bays. Probably there's a number of different ways to make it into either a basement or a sub-level where you can, take a trash trolley under all of the rooms and collect all of their trash drops at once and, move around if you wanted to explore the sub-levels. The public spaces are packed to the gills. It's like going to like Comic-Con, except it's not costumes, it's like poorly concealed weaponry. And you have been told to stand at the doors. So, what do you are you going to be actually I should ask, since we should establish load. You said you've got an excuse to come in with at least a moderate load, but everybody should pick that now. And if you have a heavy load, you'll certainly be encouraged to be bouncers. You basically will be drawing more attention. Not that you can't move around, but your first challenge now, I think, is what do you want to do to avoid bringing all of these runners with you by looking like you know what you're doing and that you're not part of the background? Because currently you're part of the background, and that's a beautiful thing.
Well, I think maybe what Odin's actually going to do is look like he's not part of the background by just leveraging this to like, yes, clearly you brought in professionals to handle security, because presumably Bill actually did hire some people who were supposed to be security. I think Odin would just turn around and try to act like he's been designated to coordinate this stuff and delegate. Just he's going to delegate other people to handle the bouncing and just be like, there's clearly no organization here. Let's get this all sorted out. My people are going to head to where they need to be. You, and you're going to be manning the doors.
Okay. I like that. I like that plan. So the other security is pretty standard corporate security, some of whom may know what they're doing, but for the most part, they're pretty low level mooks at least in this area. So that would be it sounds like to me that would be an influence role, using, what do you think, aggressive or empathic, in order to get them to do what you want?
Well, I don't think he's really throwing around threats. Well, but on the other hand, it is definitely an appeal to authority. So probably aggressive influence.
All right. So the way this works, you don't have anything glitched currently. So you get to pick 3 dice of whatever. And this is currently a fairly controlled situation because you're playing on your strengths. So in Blades in the Dark, I would think of that as controlled. In this case, it's a threat level 1. And effect is 2 is standard. You can choose to raise the threat level and raise the effect to a similar amount. You don't have an expertise, so you can't just trade a die in order to raise that effect. But other people you could push yourself, and other people can also help out. So does anybody want to offer a nudge in order to make Odin's authority seem a little bit more appealing?
I can offer an assist die if you need it, because I've declared heavy load and am effectively sort of like pulling on a tech trolley, the little wheelie do, and it's obviously marked with like RF interference, danger, drone storage, like it's and so I can just stand in the back and be like, hey, we got called in last minute, what are you gonna do?
The advantage, of course, being that if you offer that assistance, it's only 1 stress, whereas if Odin feels like pushing, it's 2. On the other hand, you're in a pretty good position and you've got maybe 3 dice, so you may not need any assistance.
I'd like to hang on to my stress if you don't need it.
Yeah, I think the 3 dice, let's just go with the initial engagement and see how that goes there. And
Alrighty.
if we need to push past some kind of obstacle here, we can do that. Well, all right. So going into the roll, I got 3 dice. Highest roll was a 4. So 1, 2, and a 4.
Well, a 4, it gets you what you wanted, but like in many things in life, it comes with its consequences. So I envision this as Odin, as you say, is just like immediately assuming authority. You kind of look the part. You kind of have that experience. So a lot of these people might kind of be totally willing to follow your directions for now. Unfortunately, they're then going to be looking to you for further direction later. So, you've made an impression. and that means you might also be remembered. I'm going to make a little note about the fact that people are listening to you, and that could be good, right? That sounds fine. All right. I have 1 out of 6 segments marked there.
Yeah, I was gonna. A turn of phrase I heard was, maybe you should make a clock about it.
Yep. All right. So it takes a few minutes of directing people around. And while this is going on, Toki, are you envisioning yourself as hanging out with these two physically in person? Are you monitoring from afar? Are you somewhere between those two things?
So I guess here's the question. Do we think that we're going to hit up another spot after this, or is this probably going to be our main thing for today's game?
I have no idea.
Depends, right?
The cards will fall where they may, and it depends on what you discover once you get to there. If you can get the drop, and if it is data that you can unpack quickly, or if it is directions to another location. So I don't know, you don't know, and your characters don't know.
That's fair. So Toki in general would probably try and stay on the outs. So be, kind of looking in. So I imagine she's probably in her like van out there, just like on her computer, checking in with like a little headset, like, okay, and this is like, how's this going? Like, I was able to get into the cameras and, trying to surprise or provide support that way. So
I think that totally fits, and I think that means this is a good opportunity to check in with the ongoing course of events as might impact you. So you're on headset. You're the person in the chair, and in this case, the chair is in a van. And I envision this is your ride, which is not the one that would be bringing any secret drop in, but it's near enough that you can access things. So let's see how that goes. As I mentioned, there are a lot of drones all over the place, and obviously, try to Drift. Obviously, Drift has the ability to deal with drones in one way, but when there's this many, your expertise might be handy. And so, given the number of runners also sort of like doing their thing here, you're just getting pings left and right of people like trying to access your network. And it's not directed. It's not like, oh, a mega corporation is looking for you. It's everybody else on the street is also trying to figure out what systems to hack to gain control of this network here. And so you have to kind of deal with this low-level counter-intrusion stuff constantly. So let's get a roll to see how that's going, because as Odin is starting to give these directions, if runners are also able to observe this from all angles, that might lead to further problems for the team.
All right. And so I do die for every, what is it called? Every...
you got checkbox.
Yes.
You got, yep. So
and then if I have expertise, I would have 3, right?
Expertise, in my understanding, doesn't grant a 3rd die, but it gives you the opportunity to choose if you want to trade dice for effect. So you could have up to 4 dice, and then you could reduce that total of dice by 1 in order to get a greater than usual effect. And we're currently at a situation where, things are not that dangerous right now, because also the stakes are pretty low. This is a fashion show. It's not a super high security event. There is some, however, expensive technology on display, and there are bodyguards for the models or actually probably more for the technology the models are wearing. And so you've got an opportunity to decide, since you have, it looks like, 2 dice in Analyze and 2 dice in Coding, and that expertise there. And then you've got 2 dice in Smart and 1 dice in Stealthy. You can decide what is going to be your approach and what is going to be your actual goal. Are you going to be trying to build up a network that these people won't notice and is going to fly under the radar using Stealthy? Or are you just going to be running one that is just not worth their time to try and breach using Smart?
I would probably go towards smart because I'm definitely more skilled in that area. So she might be like, oh, it would be good to do stealthy, but like I know if I do this, then we're not going to have a target. We're going to go in that direction. Okay, so I guess I'll do my coding and smart, which gives me 4 dice.
Yep, 4 dice, and the default currently threat level is 1, and your effect is 2. You can trade down your dice to raise the effect level if you want to go to effect level 3, which would be sort of like greater effect. Or you could even do that and then also raise the threat level to raise the effect level to 4. So you have your choice of position and effect in that sense.
I think this is a pretty important establishing setup. And so I can give you a bonus die and effectively have sort of like use myself as a relay, just kind of like to reinforce that connection inside.
Sure. I think that makes great sense in the fiction. So if you take 1 stress, then TOKI, you could have 5 dice, but trade one of them for an increased effect. And that would give you currently tier 3 effect, tier 1 threat. So even if you fail, consequences are pretty low right now. Maybe you just get to try again because nobody noticed you if you're lucky. And yeah, even more stable network. So
okay, I'm gonna go with that one.
All right,
so I'll be rolling 4 dice.
And all right, so I'm routing all of your stuff for like super low ping through the Remtech GV9.
I'm so nervous. Okay. 5, 4, 4, and I think the paw is a 6.
Ooh. So if the paw is a 6, then it sounds like we have yes. Okay. Then describe to me how thoroughly you secure your network against all these other runners and corporate security drones.
Oh yeah, I feel like
You can talk about either what your goals are, or you can talk about how badly you just run riot over the people who try to get in your way. Like,
I think it's kind of a combination of things. So I feel like I make it like I want, okay, how do I say this? I don't necessarily want to hide, obviously, because we're not trying to be stealthy, but I kind of want it to look like I'm just like one of the nobody small corner of the shop places nearby that like has really crappy Wi-Fi or whatever. And for the people who are like, this is questionable, I'm all like, nope. So like I'm doing a little bit of both, like just having the, oh yeah, I look like I'm a useless place, don't check me out. And then I'm also just like, but if you do, like I'm taking you down.
So with Max's drones providing a like your super proximate relay, and you have a perfect opportunity to make a sort of dual point network happening. Yeah, that sounds good to me. Like you're sitting there, you are running a like pawn shop on the corner of the street next to the conference center, and nobody is going to care about that. Like your Wi-Fi isn't worth intruding on because not only do you not know anything important, it's probably so insecure that it wouldn't be like a good idea to be on that network anyway. On the other hand, every now and then somebody you sense somebody trying to like just, I'm going to take everything, and they're trying to own every Wi-Fi they can. But then using Max's router, you just poke them and they just stop because they have something worse to deal with. And so you can sort of separate those two actions out. So you're like, it looks like somebody inside the conference center is providing counter intrusion for you, and you don't have to worry about it. It's not routed back to you. So we're going to establish that this is a sort of like in another game I might call it an asset, but like you have a setup here that is going to make it plausible for you to do certain things later if it becomes necessary to have a plausible deniability of access. All right. So with that set up, that means that you've got sort of like an action shot, I envision, of Odin's like sent these people around, and maybe one of those like younger security guards is like keeping an eye on Odin, not because they're suspicious, but because they are super nervous about the hundreds of people they didn't expect to have to deal with, and Odin looks like he knows what he's doing. And And then Max is or Drift is pulling along this little like drone box, and you're just closing a security door behind you as you pass through, and just like closes behind. And we have made it past the public area and into the back rooms of this conference center where they're running the fashion show now. And so instead of dealing with the public, you've got a whole bunch of like cleaning staff and support services and people bringing food for the execs who are minding the models and the technology. A couple of runners probably amongst them. You look around, you're pretty sure like, that waiter does not know how to carry some champagne flutes. Like they're just completely botching their attempt at stealth. And like that person over there is almost certainly got a like briefcase that is designed to hold weapons and not file folders. You're pretty sure you recognize it. And like stuff like that. You are currently the stealthiest.
Is that Daryl? Is that Daryl over there? That's I'm gonna get him.
Exactly. So here's the thing though. As we're moving into this environment, I feel like it's probably beyond Odin to get a look around in the back area and figure out where is worth investigating on your way, because you've been given a specific set of coordinates that, as far as you can tell from like interference inside here, is going to be in either one of the like unused storage spaces kind of in the back, but unfortunately for you, not near any like easy exit loading zone, like loading bay kind of situations, or on the other side of its wall is like a dressing room area where theoretically before or after the show, these models were putting on this technology, the ones that aren't getting it implanted ahead of time. And that means there might be more security over there because they'd have those bodyguards to keep an eye on their more expensive property.
Yeah, so that's troublesome because we've got to figure out basically which one of those two locations to be. Well, with the commotion going on just sort of all around, I expect Drift is probably just going to be able to deploy drones at this point and like start setting up like defensive perimeters and figuring out like, surveillance perimeters and things like that. But where people are is going to be a little trickier. Probably kind of just sort of slip in with the commotion into the dressing area and act like I'm security that's supposed to be there.
Mm-hmm. So
the best odds.
I feel like that would be less difficult than setting the drones in because you are an employed security guard. So
yeah,
are you
like if we split our efforts, if I head where people are, like I'm more likely people are going to look at me and look at like what I am and are going to be like, okay, security, and more likely to just like leave it at that.
All right. And then Drift, do you want to simultaneously be deploying drones here and sort of trying to take over this physical space, or is that not like, or what would you rather do?
So I think what I want to do is start actively just canvassing all the nooks and crannies that like might be maintenance access, like you were saying, sort of underneath. I'm going to declare load. I have a stealthy drone that is designed for like sort of infiltrating corporate spaces, getting into places it's not supposed to be, and grabbing data or data mining just from surveillance and things like that. And so, wherever there might be like some kind of access point, I can sort of like toss that little. I think it probably looks like a hockey puck that sort of has a couple of like filament kind of legs that fold out and just kind of like scuttles along, and then will sort of like magnet or bolt onto a wall and like chameleon camouflage itself and sort of like lower its RF signature. That's sort of what I had in my head. Sound appropriate?
Works for me.
Okay. Let me know whenever I have to roll about it, but for now it's just kind of going off to do some things.
Yeah, I think no roll was required to deploy it, especially since you're supposed to be here. At least as far as anyone knows. And then Daniel, similarly, you approach the dressing room area and just doing a security sweep. I think it's more important to see what you notice than to see whether or not you're allowed in. And Toki, keep in mind that of course, while these two like meatheads are off doing their different things, you are able to interact and influence because you have pretty strong network control everywhere. You can see what they're doing. We'll assume that you all have, in addition to comms, if you want it, you have camera access to something that they're wearing or providing as a video stream.
Oh, yeah, I'm broadcasting to the team, like they can see.
Mm-hmm. Same.
All right. So Daniel, for Odin's, making your way in, people are pretty deferential at the moment. They're too harassed by the needs of this fashion show and the fact, again, that other than keeping expensive gear from wandering off in the middle of it or afterwards, they're not too worried about security guards doing a quick perimeter sweep. So the question is, what are you doing in order to try and determine if you think this is a likely location to need to lurk as drop point approaches?
Well, all right. So basically just sort of sidle myself into the environment. It's very busy, and just take a poke around, see if I can see anything that's out of the ordinary, see anything that's unusual, but really not, unlike with the front room where I just sort of rolled in and was like, clearly I'm in charge here. This time around, I'm just trying to stay to the background, just not get too well noticed as I just try to observe, see if I see anything out of the ordinary that isn't just another runner.
So that sounds to me like a stealthy analyze.
Okay.
Does that match your thinking?
Yeah, I think that lines up. So that would be actually 3 dice for me. And I'm trying to decide if I want to push on that or not. I don't think we're quite really ready for trouble just yet. So I think I'll just stick with the straight up roll.
I think that seems to line up with my thinking. You're feeling pretty comfortable. So give us a roll and let us know what you get. Current assumptions: threat 1, effect 2.
Okay. So let's see. 1, 2, 3. We've got 2, 2, 6.
Nice. All right. Well, you feel like this is actually kind of slipping back into your old roles. This is neural pathways, cybernetic pathways, all lining up. This is what you were built for. You step in, look around, immediately dismiss everybody who is on the personnel roles of the actual event, whom you happen to have because Bill was able to provide that kind of information for you as one of the security team members. Unfortunately, yeah. So cards say that it is time for some complications. Degrade stealthy ability. I just feel like I want to talk this one through publicly because this is how these cards work. So I drew 3 cards and I got degrade stealthy ability as the verb, adjective, and noun. And unfortunately, Daniel, I think Odin may have run into somebody that they know, or that knows them. Can you? And this was also not somebody who is an official employee, which means they're either another runner or another ex-security guard or somebody you dealt with in another capacity, or they're so important they kept their names off the personnel rolls. Who did we just run into? I can give you names or something like that if you want, but I'd love you to give me a pitch for who this person is.
I think this person is going to be, let's see. Because we're dealing with a cyber mod fashion show. I think this person is going to be a rep from Odin's old company.
Okay.
Not necessarily somebody who worked directly not necessarily somebody who worked directly with Odin, but probably somebody who's at least familiar with him, knows about him.
Okay. So let's see. I'm just grabbing a name. Anatoly Hevenes. Anatoly is, a pretty slick corporate rep, and they're probably here with some gear that they have also been tasked with not only like designing over the past like little while in terms of its marketing campaigns. You're probably running in here to somebody who is like pseudo behind the scenes directing the show itself. Like, you know, he's a rep. He's meant to be public facing, but he wants to make sure everything here goes smoothly. So he's like off the books this time. And that's why his name didn't show up on the roster and you didn't know to prepare for this. So you like, you know, slip through the door, you know, all your facial recognition software highlights all these people and checks off almost all of them as not important. And then you turn around and Anatoly's like, and why are you here? And I feel like that's a good moment to cut over to the drone. And so since things are starting to go wrong, our average threat level is going to be increasing a little bit. But also I'm checking up on that tracker where people are paying attention to Odin. We're now at 3 out of 6.
As we go along, I kind of it depends if it's a flashback or if it's simply declaring gear or doing like an upgrade to an asset, but I'd like my drone to sort of have a little cache of just Wi-Fi pinhole camera, you know, like surveillance things that it can sort of like lick and stick on rooms as it goes to set up a surveillance network in all of these different areas that it's going to try and access.
So we're sort of like, you know, establishing that this is being like laid, this groundwork is being laid, and you know, you're used to this kind of work. You have to decide though, as your drone continues to do this, it's, you know, seeing the evidence of other drone and drone operators having been through here recently too. This is so far, I would say you are the only person operating a stealthy drone that's trying to do this. There is somebody who's got a little quadcopter that's just like zooming around and it's not trying to hide, but nobody's paying any attention. And so you should decide, because I think that's what we're going to be focusing on for a moment here. How do you handle the fact that these other people physically, like they're getting in your way, like physically, because like if there's multiple drones trying to occupy this vent shaft and or like, you know, sneak under this like open doors, like, you know, operating level, you're gonna risk drawing more attention.
Oh, I'm just gonna jam my little drone and it's gonna do a tap dance across whatever they throw at me.
Okay.
And so I'm gonna be aggressively piloting that sucker.
All right. So here's the thing, you know, your drone is stealthy. They might not know you're here yet. You could possibly just like, you know, pop them out, smash it, and have it drop without anybody knowing why. The operator might not know what happened to it if you're aggressive enough.
I mean, yes. Stop, you had me at smash.
Yes. So go ahead and give me that roll. But because, you know, this is a little bit, it's both aggressive and also you're getting to a more crowded area here, threat level 2, effect level 2. And you can choose your dice and you can, as before, you can trade dice for effect, or you can choose to go even louder and raise the threat level, but also raise the effect level, which would pretty much guarantee you destroy it. You just don't know who's gonna know what about that event.
Right on. But my current effect is just I smash the thing and it's good. So I don't feel like I need to trade dice, and I'm feeling confident in 4. So we'll see how this goes. Also, I imagine. So has everyone seen? Now I'm blank on the name, but the Miyazaki film. They have those little dust mites with the little feet. So I'm imagining mine is sort of like that, but like the cyberpunk version. Okay, so
I love that.
1,
Yep.
2, 3, and 6.
All right. So So far, things are going really well. Like it's you're just your hacker has control of whatever you need right now. You are asserting dominance in drone space, and it's just like smash it. Its rotors are down. It like two of those rotors are destroyed. It's like hangs and then drops, and it lands in a area where there's not a lot of people here right now, so no one notices. Even it's just down, and the operator. You think actually, let's say like Toki, you probably notice who that operator was by who reacts, but it's they have no idea what happened. They're just like, God damn it, and you see this kind of thing happening throughout now at this point. There's clearly other groups of runners who have a little bit more experience than the average, like tourist level game players that are out in the front hall still trying to figure out what to do. Because it seems like most people we're excited to maybe be participating in this game. They maybe think there's a real treasure. Maybe they just think it's about whatever fantasy ARG they imagine this to be. But there's at least a couple other serious teams, and you're starting to see evidence of them because as you flick through cameras, and you're keeping track of the fact that Odin is confronting somebody. We're going to deal with that in a second. But you flick through cameras, and suddenly the camera you flick to dies. And then you're like, oh, somebody else is trying to do stuff, physically destroying things or cutting access. You switch to another angle, and that one dies a second later, but you get a freeze frame of a individual, indeterminate gender, a person, but wearing a mechanized bodysuit. They're not trying to be stealthy in the sense of blending in. They might have some kind of augmentation that would allow them to interfere with cameras or vision, but what they're doing right now is using a monofilament katana to slice through physical electronics, and they seem to be trying to secure a particular room back near where Max's Drift's drones are investigating. So it's not clear if that is a possible location for the drop, but there's somebody here who means business at least as much as you.
I would definitely immediately send the visuals to Drift specifically,
Mhm.
and also give kind of feedback for that. Just, oh my, there's somebody coming, like all of that. But since I saw that there's a possible problem happening with Odin, I feel like I might do more of a discreet ping, so that like he can access it, but it doesn't because I don't want to distract him and cause more problems. So I'm just kind of just all like, beware when you're done with that. This is here, but I'll see what I could do,
Yeah, I think
of course on mute over here, like I'm not having a zing zing.
Yep,
basically.
that seems legitimate. So speaking of that, I think that following the trail of this ping back to Daniel is a good place to go back to Odin. So Anatoly Havanis is turning to you and being like, "What are you doing here?" And now I've updated in my head my vision of this person. They have tiny little glasses that they adjust angrily in your direction. And I'm not sure exactly in my head why they are annoyed with you personally. It's probably not just about the fact that, you are separated from the company and theoretically on the run. I feel like they're a little more personally miffed. Maybe it's because, you're not repping their equipment in a way that they like. Your use of your headpiece here has taken you outside good corporate advertising policy. And they are not themselves physically dangerous, but if you say the wrong thing, he might be able to summon some more directly interested response in your presence. So, what do you do?
Okay, I think we're gonna have to go after this as try to be slick about it. I'm immediately going to ping TOKI and be like, I need some fake files. I need some fake files fast. And I'd be like, oh, Tuli, it's great to see you. How are you doing? Like, it's so good to be working together again. Like, this is awesome.
So I think you're good at dealing with people in general, at least in sort of the context of influencing them to do what you want. And you may not be the most empathic, but you also are completely capable of understanding his motivations. So I think the question is then, is that going to be a role that you're making, or do you want TOKI to make a role to provide the actual documents to support your presence? Because you technically are hired here, but your background is still like super not kosher with the corporations right now. So where do we want to take this?
What I'm looking to do is to dupe him long enough to get out of this engagement with him into thinking that I'm copacetic with the company.
Okay.
That I've been rehired on a trial basis because I've agreed that I'm going to be doing a payment plan to repay the headgear or something along those lines. It's just like, oh wait, you didn't get the memo? Yeah, no. There's a long negotiation, but like HR is really, really good with this. Like I know that because like of course it's so nice to know that HR's got the employees back. You know, because that's what HR is for, right? It's protect employees and just kind of negotiate.
That's what HR is for, is it?
yeah, that's definitely what HR is for. Just spinning a yarn of just like, yeah, no, like obviously, I know, like, there's been some things were said. Some of them very impolite.
Some mercenaries hired.
Yeah, and this was all
also very impolite
on like a trial basis and very low key. And trying not to make a big deal about it, But I'm here working corporate security. It's just like we're just going to see how this goes, that kind of thing. And then I'm just like, TOKI, please give me something I can send to him.
Okay. Do you want to say anything before I move forward on that, TOKI?
No, she's totally trying to find whatever. I'll do whatever to support, send, help in whatever I can.
Like ChatGPT, please provide memo.
Yep, exactly. So that's actually what I'm thinking here. So you can obviously make an influence role or a combination of whatever skills, Odin, you think are most useful. TOKI could provide a support by taking a stress to either add 1 die, or I'm looking at the gear available. You could check off 1 box of anything else to provide documentation, unless I'm missing documents already on here. So it's like, do you want to use load up or do you want to use stress? If you want to help.
Oh, I'm fine with any, but I think I could do load. One of the, I would just mark off one of the extra loads.
I think that's what I'd be looking at here. Unless Max, you GM these more than me, so if you had a different suggestion.
But yeah, extra load is a like non-specific specific thing. The anything else is only in like the online sheet that I've
Oh, okay.
So but I think in the rules it basically says like, do you need something, write it in. And so, but yes, extra load is also specifically used to sort of upgrade your augments and your gear in the moment, which is what I ended up doing when I said like my drone now has all of these little micro cameras that it can place. I checked off extra load as an upgrade to my asset.
Gotcha.
I don't see a problem using that for what you want to do, but fictionally you can just say documents isn't on my list. I'm just putting a checkbox somewhere and leaving it that.
That works for me. All right. Yeah. So we could call it something else like disguise or infiltration gear if we wanted to, but I feel like anything else and or writing in fake documents. We already established in the fiction that is something that we are preparing. So I feel like that's valid. Also, I mean, that could be the stress could be in a flashback to providing something like that ahead of time because we knew we would want something like that sort of deal. Either way, this is where we flash back to Odin making that role. And if the role pays off, then this documentation serves its purpose. So I'm looking at probably smart or empathetic I forget which ones you got, so I'm scrolling through my character sheets.
I would pitch for empathetic influence.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I was going for.
Yep, that fits.
Get an extra die from Toki's assistance.
Yep. So you got an extra die, but here's the thing. Even though he's not physically dangerous, we're at like a level 3 threat here because, he's a person you have experience with in the past who also has a fair amount of power, and so the corporation, this little person who is kind of an asshole to his employees, just could ruin your night with a single comm alert, and so threat 3 and current effect is only 1. If you manage to just pull that off, he'll leave you alone for a few minutes, but it's not going to have any particular staying power if anything goes wrong later. If you want, you can trade dice for increased effect and go up to 2, or you can push yourself in addition to the bonus die you've gotten to increase the effect, or you can raise the threat level and go all in, which would put you at, if you fail, he is 100% calling in like backup at this moment. But if you succeed, having raised the level to 2 or higher, he'll leave you alone for a while.
All right, I think I do want to push myself to increase the effect is what I'm going to go for. So
okay, so we're at 3 and 2, and then you've got 4 dice.
All right, so that's a stress marked off for the push, right?
2 stress.
2 stress for the push. Okay. All right, let's do it. All right, 4 dice. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. 1, 4, 4, and 5.
Okay, so not a failure. Definitely not a failure. Could have been better. Fortunately, you've got the documentation to back up your story. He clearly is not happy about your story. I can't believe they would let you back for something as important as this event. I am going to have to talk to HR about their far too lenient hiring practices. I am freezing your retirement accounts, to be clear. And if anything goes wrong tonight, I am going to make absolutely sure we take the headgear back immediately. Yeah. And he just storms off to not have to deal with you for now. But he seems to believe you. Unfortunately, it hasn't soothed the clock at all. And so you're still at 3 out of 6. People are, your presence here has not gone unnoticed. And it's by name. So that's, a possible issue. With that said, you feel like we can take a moment to breathe, and we cut back over to Drift as Odin is starting to actually finish doing a security sweep and get back on target with your actual goals.
Is it okay if I say that while this was happening, because I'm thinking that Toki has different levels of ways to ping you guys, and because she's kind of chatty and excitable, she knows that can be problematic, so she tries not to. But because she knew that Drift wasn't in a high stress area for the past minute or something, she's just like, oh my god, right in his ear. I need you to get to that room, they're taking out all the cameras, I don't know, you're gonna, they're just kind of really intensely just honing it in on you.
And so Drift is you ping him and you're like, oh my God, all these things are happening. And literally he's, multitasking. He's watching all of these picture-in-picture things. They're winking out on his feed. He has direct access. And you're telling him what's happening real time as he's watching it. And he's just like, Toki, babe, chill. I got this. No, I see it. No, yes, I see that too. Thanks.
He's like, did you just mute me?
So
oh man.
Yeah.
So then I guess do you have little like we're obviously don't have cameras in front of us, so we're like little talking heads or avatars or whatever. And so do you have like a little Toki that's like pops in like 3D or 2D and is basically like waving her arms around? And
I love that. Yeah, totally. And she would overdo it. So whatever my little icon, it's a little bit more than normal people's, and it's just like extreme and stuff.
Yeah.
I'm suddenly envisioning. I don't remember what they actually called it, but in one of the original Battle Angel Alita manga, the people who were Alita's corporate overlords for us, part of the series, had a tiny like chibi pop, like Funko Pop of Alita that was like their communication tool with Alita. And it's pretty like I'm envisioning, a helpless, physically speaking, tiny icon or holographic projection or person is like, no, this is so important.
Basically.
With the tiny little microphone crossed out in the corner of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
And then it's just like.
And I'll say, like, Toki can unmute herself, but knowing that you did it on purpose, she's not going to overcross that boundary. So she's just like angrily like, like, how dare you?
All right. But I say, I just need a second. Hang on. And the location, you said there's like a particular area or a room that this entity seems to be cordoning off.
So currently, having taken a moment to orient based on the cameras, so you know physically where they were, and so you're able to then look at your little HUD map of the conference center, and so you've got a particular storage room. Well, it's probably say 20 by 20 feet, and it's got like lines, like rows of shelving, mostly empty, at least according to the cameras that you have in there. But on one side of it is the dressing room through a wall where the confrontation with
Anatoly,
thank you. Just popped out of my head. Anatoly just took place. And then on another adjacency is a room where somebody is setting up their base camp. And if you had to guess, they're either just they're just going to be camping there so that they can then seize whatever the drop is, or they are going to be monitoring it from there. But they've physically secured it against the cameras that were already in place. And so the building's security cameras went down. You could try to slip a camera in there and go unnoticed. You could try to slip the drone itself in there if you wanted to risk it. You could also find other ways to spy on this location, because you don't always need eyes to see what's happening in this kind of cyberpunk world. So what's your thinking?
All right. My first thought is this room important, or is it an access point? And I'm sort of like, I'm going to shuttle all of my data that I've gotten. So like my 3D map that I've built out, and like surveillance of the room, and this kind of like little clip, I guess, or no, Toki found the clip of that one frame, and sort of say like, Toki, I'm gonna see if I can get the drone, my little critter, in on the other side. But can you have a quick think on whether or not this room is significant, or just like something that they're trying to secure?
I'm on it.
Okay.
Alrighty. Tap, 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 tap. And you are, let's say, if you want to either declare a piece of gear that is relevant to scanning or searching or something, or if you want to roll, we can see if you can find out what like this layout might mean to the people who are currently renting the facility, as opposed to, it is storage room 5, which is the information that you have so far.
Mm-hmm. And hopefully sort of cross-referenced with any clues or hints that came in from this AR extravaganza game.
Yeah, I feel like using gear, I would assume some sort of map situation to kind of go in and look at like deeper. Maybe she got she was able to somehow pull up like a 3D model map so that she can get more info than our basic blueprints that we were working with.
Yep. I feel like that seems quite valid. All right, so I'll let you decide if this is going with checking off a random piece of gear to count for it. But one of the things you could have prepped ahead of time that you certainly had access to, and I don't think requires a stress for a flashback if you're doing the gear, is you once you got those security badges, you took some time to email a few people with your new security ID number that is entirely legitimate and say, hey, I'm a security consultant on this job. I would please like to have a complete list of what we're like securing and what the rooms are going to be for and what equipment is going to be where, just so I can, secure it. And that paid off. And you have, you're calling that up and you have your little AI companion summarize it for you quickly, and it swirls together into your 3D overlay. And I'm going to draw some cards to give me something quick here. So basically, you know what was supposed to be in there, and you hopefully can then look at anything else that you can infer from what you've been told that may not have been listed on purpose. Because sometimes these events, they want to make sure they have some backup equipment. Oh yes, that does seem to be the case. I'm getting smells of industrial grease. And recently applied polish. And awards. Okay. So, this room officially is where they were going to be like storing a bunch of like cleaning and maintenance equipment that would have been for making sure that if anything went wrong with the model's augmentations, they would be able to like essentially just bust out a repair bay here, or resupply anything that was needed. However, you definitely track a couple of shipments that are included with that appear to be not from the same suppliers. And so you think at least one of the crates in there was supplied by, and now I'm going to get I need another company name. Manzetti Data. Manzetti Data is not normally a hardware supplier, so that suggests that this is some kind of like fancy computer / software situation. There's something in here that is in there that is part of their network. It may even be their security terminals were being like run out of there. If they had a network like access point that they wanted to make sure was their like security through obscurity, like no one's going to come and physically destroy our node that's controlling this, because they don't know where it is. It's just with a pile of gear and polish.
Okay, yeah, for sure. I relay this information to Drift, and I think also at the same time, I'm like calling Odin's attention to what's going on. Now that I see he's had a minute between whatever's going on, like I'm full microphone, kind of obnoxious. Like you're getting the Drift treatment, Odin. I'm just all like, okay, so we have to go over here. This you bring over, like just kind of as I'm pulling this stuff up and trying to like showcase, like, hey, this doesn't look right, and then after that, going back to Drift and being like, have you heard of Manzetti Data being on the list? I don't think that makes sense for you. And it's like, oh, it doesn't make sense for that to be here. I think they're supposed to, I guess we have, and just transferring a little bit back and forth between the two of them.
And so while you're doing that, I think I'm going to sneak my drone in to that other room there, see what I can find out, what trouble I can get up to. But in that analysis, did we have any idea where that node might be in the room that I'm currently looking at?
Okay, so I would say that essentially the information you got is that this is it's a storage room. You had there were cameras in there beforehand, and so Toki's able to scroll back through the feed that she was looking at previously and confirm that, like, from both angles you had on the room, you can count pretty much all of the boxes that are supposed to be here. And none are labeled Manzetti data, but the only one that would make sense is one that is near a power supply, like drop in the corner. Because if it's meant to hide that it's currently plugged in, that is where they would have jacked into the wall to, like, essentially disguise a server in a box. And you know, in this world, like in the real world, it's power hungry to also cool something that is a, like, tiny enclosed space. So if you had infrared views, you might be able to pinpoint with more certainty, like, which of these is a crate that is strangely heated and cooled. But you're pretty sure it's over there in that corner because we already have prior information and data that would give you the ability to, I think, extrapolate that. But that means the corner it's near. Somebody give me a luck roll. I don't know if this is supposed to be a thing in this game, but can we get a D6 roll high, and it's going to be near an exterior wall that you can access, and low, and it's going to be in a back corner near, far away from anything you can physically reach quickly.
I'll take that since I'm not there, but there. 4.
Okay, so it's in the, like, closer to the front of the room, so you could theoretically access if you either went straight through the wall or in under the door or something like that, and then to the right. It's, however, also in a corner that is adjacent to the place you think that the coordinates might lead you to, which means if you were to go in there now, it might draw attention to it. So you could do that. You could, like, you know, go into this storage room number 4, where you believe is a 50-50 shot at the data drop. But if you draw attention there early, that might go badly.
All right. So then I'm going to ping the group. So first question for Nathan. Do you think my drone can, like, open the top of that box and have a look, or would I have to sort of, like, physically go there myself and get in there?
So your drone you described as a hockey puck with a bunch of attachments. I feel like physically, if it's a sealed, like, metal shipping crate or plastic shipping crate, if it's sealed, not without being super obvious. If it is, however, just sort of, like, got a top resting on it to cover up the fact that there's supposed to be, like, you know, this computer hardware in here, maybe it could nudge it aside. You don't have a strong sense from the visuals you got if it's secured.
Okay. All right. I'm aggressive, and I feel like we're just going to keep pushing forward. So good intel. I'm going to check on the other people, and I'm going to ping Odin and say, if you can get around to this area, I'd like you to watch my back if I pop in for a look.
To be clear, I may have lost this clarity. That server is in the room with the Cyber Ninja.
Oh, right. Okay. So Cyber Ninja is still there.
As far as you know, they haven't come out. They went in there, they killed the cameras that were inside the room, and that was the last you've heard of them.
Okay.
And that's one of the 2 possible drop points, right?
No, that's next to it. So we're in a situation where essentially there's a hallway, and down that hallway are a bunch of storage rooms. And if you were to go through the back wall of the storage rooms, you'd be in the dressing room. I would share screen and try to, like, Microsoft Paint it, but apparently that would be probably bad for the cameras. Yeah. But essentially, there's a long hallway. You are in the hallway. Cyber Ninja is in room number 5. Next to that is room number 4, storage room 4, where you think the drop is going to happen. Cyber Ninja is in the room with the local security terminal, or security server, and that's in storage room number 5. You are, you know, just thinking tactically, thinking that if this person is here for the ARG, they took that room because they also think it's going to be room number 4, where stuff will be important. And they're waiting for the appropriate time before they cut through the wall, or they just come out of that door and go in the door next to them. But if they're wrong, they're also still one wall away from the dressing room where Dan is. Technically, Dan is in the dressing room area, so is adjacent to the Cyber Ninja and the possible drop point.
Okay.
The question is drop point actually dressing room or storage for?
Okay. Cool. In my experience, how effective is EMP versus cyber ninjas?
It can be effective. What I would do if it happened to you all, which is not a thing I've been planning at all, would be tell you that your stuff is getting glitched and you have to resist if you don't want it to get glitched.
Mhm.
And if it's a particularly dangerous EMP, it might glitch more than one thing if you don't resist as separate consequences.
Okay. Just like looking at options and things. So then, all right. I think probably what's better is to move into the target room, not the cyber ninja room, and try to set up some surveillance there. So unless there's anything to stop me, I'm just going to have that happen.
It's an even less important storage room as far as you can tell. It's just like there they have a bunch of like physical like cleanup stuff. Let's say, like literally maintenance and janitorial closets, essentially. In this case, 20 foot by 20 foot room, bunch of shelves, towels, napkins, extra tablecloths for when this place is set up for some kind of like corporate dinner, that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So I'm going to do that. And then you said that storage room 5, the interesting one with Cyber Ninja, that was the one that you were saying it looked like another team was just setting up a home base sort of thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So whether there's more to the team or not, you've seen the Cyber Ninja killing the cameras.
Cool. All right. Then what I'll do is I'll quick recall my drone, like drop some stuff, recall my drone, or possibly spend a flashback to have handed it one of my EMP grenades that I brought with me. And
I feel like that doesn't really need a flashback in expense, just spending the EMP grenade.
Okay, so checking off special grenade. And I believe that like when you do that, you essentially get 2 of whatever you decided on. So he's got one with him, one with me, and we're gonna essentially rig it so that I can remote detonate, but if like the door opens, it will go off.
Okay. I feel like that's within your skill set to the point where we don't need to roll for that. This is the kind of thing you've done before, setting traps, using your drones to like manipulate your environment. So that is true. Now, the question is if they open the door early and it goes off, of course that might be helpful to you, but that does start some encounter of some kind with some number of people, right? And
also, part of my intent is to, if they're making a move and we think that there is a very important TM server in that room, this could also be a like valuable distraction and delay on any other security that might be interested. So,
I would say it is certainly physically close enough to take out that security server along with anything else it might also hit.
Okay. So I'm basically like walking and talking through this plan with everyone, and let's be clear, it is a bad plan. Does anyone have any objections that I'm going to override?
Well, I'm actually like Odin's already concerned about that ninja and trying to figure out how to mitigate the situation. Is Anatoly paying any mind to me at the moment, or has he wandered off to deal with something else?
Anatoly is currently not paying attention to you, has stepped out of the room, storming off. But as he was going, he did 2 things. He did one thing with 2 implications. He talked to his security, which was a group of 3 fairly normal-looking people, but you are intimately familiar with the fact that these are heavily augmented, high-level security officers. They are technically still people, but only kind of. They are wired to the point where they are going to be able to react much more quickly than most normal unaugmented humans to security threats. And their primary task is just to keep Anatoly alive and to extract him if something goes down. But he left one of them behind. and that person is still sort of standing in the corner, and they're not watching you. They're very pointedly not paying attention to you, and so they clearly know exactly what you're physically doing at all times. Now, that doesn't mean that they care about this ARG or anything else that might be going on, as long as you appear to be doing security work. But they're currently a threat into the sense of they're observing your actions.
Yeah, crap. Because I could just walk right out of the damn room. They may or may not follow me. My problem is that I wanted to do something sneaky here, but they're going to be a real issue for that.
Yep, this is going to be a problem.
If everything goes sideways, how long is it going to take me to get to storage room 4 from the dressing room?
You would physically be heading out a door here past people, because streaming in and out constantly. There's the handlers and the models. And also occasionally people who are clearly, again, not supposed to be here and are less sneaky than you and whoever's with the Cyber Ninja. But basically, if you don't worry about knocking people down while running quickly or pushing them out of your way, it would only take you a few seconds to run out of this door, turn right, go to the end of the hallway, and then just basically loop around the rooms.
Okay. Because I'm debating whether my physical presence is better used over there or over here. That Cyber Ninja is definitely concerning me.
No, I got this. Don't worry. It's in the back.
Everything's fine. Everything's fine. We have a grenade set to go off if someone opens the door. Things are good. Copacetic.
No, you enjoy yourself. Crank up those, crank up the magnification and enjoy the pretty boys and girls.
I don't know if this is a great idea, guys.
And with that, I'm going to say we're going to call a bio break while people ponder the consequences of their actions. So during the bio break, I'm gonna go hit the restroom myself, but I'm also going to then do a little generation, and I'll record it separately using my cards so that Max can splice it in later so that I can know a little bit more about what's actually going on in the room with the Cyber Ninja, because I don't currently know who else is involved in that, but I will when we come back from this break. The break was, I think, helpful. I've got some ideas of where we're going to go next with the people in the in storage room number 5, the person, people, things that are going on in there or around there. You don't yet currently have a drone in that room, but that was a question we were about to answer. Is Drift sending in a drone or a camera or doing something else? I believe you had said you were going to go into the room next door, and I see that we're having limitations on chat access, but feel free to use Discord or the Zoom chat as is helpful, because I can see the Discord if necessary.
Thanks. Yeah. What was it? Let's see. Maybe I can pop out the chat since we're not like fully rolling yet. Okay.
Sure.
Yeah, I can sort of detach that. So I'm back in business on that end. Sorry for the confusion.
Nope, no worries.
All right. So then, yeah, I think what happened was Drift sort of went to surveil the other room, and unless there were complications with that, just sort of did it, and then also hooked up that trap
grenade.
EMP grenade.
Okay, so the grenade trap 100% doesn't even require a roll. Sneaking a camera in or otherwise getting drone physically inside would require a roll. Do you wish to do so?
Oh yes.
Okay.
Let's roll it.
So that's okay. So that's the part where this might go super badly. All right. Question that is important. Knowing that you can easily rig the grenade up, do you rig the grenade up before attempting to send the drone or a camera under the door? Or do you... Okay, so the grenade's in place. We have established that. Which means this could go very sideways very now. Let's see. With that in mind, I feel like this is a pretty clear, stealthy attempt, but you are usually aggressive. So you might be playing against your strengths unless you just want to try to do a real quick zoom around and see what happens.
So I guess my question is, I've got a stealthy drone. What does that mean in terms of rolling some kind of stealthy maneuver with it?
I would say it gives you greater effect.
Okay.
And that would mean danger level of threat level of 3, effective 3 currently. And then you've got, if you're using stealthy tactics, then you would be rolling the stealthy die instead of the aggressive die. And that would be, does that provide an additional benefit? I feel like if you choose stealthy as your approach, I would reduce the threat level to 2 because then you're playing to the strengths currently established by your gear.
All right. That sounds very fair, and I like it. Like, I want to go in extra hard, but I know that like it requires a little finesse, and so I will be using stealthy with piloting for 3 dice. And I don't know that I want to trade anything since we have a very good effect. I think perhaps can I trade things down so it is controlled but only an effect level of 2?
Yes, I would say I feel like that's a very possible situation here because you can decide how high profile you're going and whether or not you're going to be starting off like real fast or just like feelers under there with a little camera before creeping forward. So you can give yourself that safety margin by playing more cautiously than you usually do.
Okay. Yeah. So that's something I think I would not like to do, but feel like Toki's like breathing over my shoulder, and like I can see the like crossed arms and tapping foot, you know. So I'm like, whoa, okay, no, look, I'm going in. No, I'm gonna be careful.
Okay.
And so you've got Drift, and he's sort of like just sitting on top of his thing, like eating a protein bar, while he's, you know, probing, looking around, doing all that. So yeah. Then, I'm gonna push myself because I really don't want to flub this roll. And all right, so I got 1, 2 2s and a 3.
Ooh. All right. So it's gonna happen someday, right? But because you made the bargain of being as so what this does for you, this confirms for you that being stealthy is just like a waste of time because you could already have learned everything about what's in that room. They'd know you're here, but that doesn't matter because, hey, you know, you could just self-destruct the drone, blow the grenade, and everything would be fine. That would clearly solve the problem. And what happens? You failed a roll that was 1 threat, 2 effect. So essentially, had you succeeded, you might have been able to get a good look at what's physically in the room, but not necessarily fully explore all of like anything that's going on in there. What happens is that your drone sends searching probes under there to first double check like what's going on, and like they're immediately destroyed, but you're pretty sure no one noticed. And so what you think happened in the like split second that you had an active camera feed like looping under there is you see a bunch of other little mice drones zooping around on the floor. And so you don't see anything else, but you now know that there's a bunch of like tiny single function drones, and their only purpose is perimeter security against other drones. They would be totally not dangerous to people. It's like at worst they would like run into your foot, and if you're wearing anything that's not like open-toed sandals, they wouldn't even hurt you. But it just like snips off your drone's like cabling. And it's so minimal that you don't think it even registered what it was doing. Like, this isn't it reported that there was a security intrusion.
Mhm.
It probably thinks that that was a local maintenance drone that was trying to come in here, and it's just keeping the Roombas out.
Okay. Well then, so two things. Number one, I would like to resist that consequence of having been destroyed. And number two, like, who do these jokers think they are? I'm going in there and they're not going to be able to catch me. So let's do a resistance roll, shall we? How does that work
Already
in this one?
Yeah, actually, I just realized I'm not sure which you roll to resist, so I'm double checking that.
I know that I can use, like, I can declare like augmentations or something as a sort of special armor that I can expend. Possibly, I don't remember the exact mechanics for that.
I see runners can resist each consequence
has a
separately.
suggestion.
Gotcha, thank you. Oh, it's actually on the runner sheet.
Yeah, it's on the runner sheet, resistance armors, and it talks about all of the different stats for it, because I know you were looking for that.
Thank you.
There it is.
Don't add skill. So roll the appropriate approach and don't add your skill.
Yeah.
Okay, so they just separated out what Blades in the Dark does is combining skills under stat headings to like add up for resistances into just the approach.
So in this case, I'm going to use my special resistance where I envision a defense use for my augmentation. I'm going to roll this into essentially the same thing that I'm going to do next. But my special resistance is that I have the Remtech G V9 Azure Edition Mind Machine interface. My reflexes are like a cat on meth. And as soon as one of these things like goes for my drone, instead of backing off, I'm like, oh, hell no. And I like rip my way under the door and like pachinko ball over and around these things in order to get up and out of their like sort of like field of influence and get into the room proper to do some real surveillance. Sorry, Toki, but like we tried it your way.
Okay, so here's the thing. You're using special resistance, so I'm going to say this is so appropriate to both your augmentation you're using and your like general skill set that it completely negates the consequence. So drone is obviously not destroyed or damaged. But then in addition to that, I'm going to let you use that as an excuse to take another shot at the roll, but this is going aggressive and still using the stealthy drone. So we're going to say what this means is that you're going to make an aggressive roll, threat level 3, but the effect level also at least 3, and you can choose to trade those both up to 4, or you can push yourself for it. Or if Toki, who is paying attention and has clearly been like incensed by all this, feels like trying to help, Toki can offer gear stress or other factor that would be an assist to give you an extra die on that.
Yes, I would like to assist somehow. Admittedly, I can't think of off the top of my head though.
So
what if you jam the rodent drones?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Okay, so Toki is like, oh, come on, and like is immediately just like, and since they are so simplistic, it feels like this is something that you could reasonably do very quickly. The question is just how noticeable the effect is to the people running the drones. Because they are meant to be automated single-purpose drones that have been given an instruction and left to do their own thing. If you're lucky, you can get away with this. So you're sitting there deploying your much more efficient than necessary, in this case, attack algorithms against those and spend 1 stress. And then Max, you can take that extra die, which I believe if you're doing aggressive and drone piloting or rigging is going to be 5 dice. Yeah. So what do you want to do about
trade anything, because we're going high risk, but I want to keep as many dice as I can for my effect. And so I've got my 4 white dice and then my 1 helper die.
Yep.
We're gonna do this. Oh man. Well, that's a lot of dice, but I got highest is 4.
But that's still a success.
Yes.
Like, so it's a success with a consequence. I'm going to say what this does is you push your drone to react so quickly that the drone itself is glitching out after this action. So the action, we get the consequences of it learns something and hasn't been noticed, but the drone itself is glitching. So when you use it from now on, you'll be rolling a glitch die as one of the dice involved in its rolls.
Oh, that's cool.
And so your drone unfortunately can't live up to the promises of your Azure Edition Mind Machine interface, which is like so top of the line that when you push it to the max, your drone is like missing instructions. Like it can't take it so quickly, and it's overheats, and you can feel like a couple of chips blow as it attempts to keep up with the processing requirements. And now it's just going to be less stealthy. It's just going to be a normal drone. Or at least the stealthy nature is glitched. Anyway, you dart it around. It pumps in past the thing that was trying to cut it. That thing probably still thinks it cut it because Toki's there just being like, don't notice, don't notice, don't notice. And like effectively you bop between where they're all going, and Toki is just like, can't you just go in a straight line? But like Toki could say predict where you were going and then kill those drones, but no, you're all over the place.
Yeah. Straight lines are for people who want to lose.
Yeah, apparently. And so far, so good. Despite the drone sizzling a little quietly to itself, it perches in an upper corner on a shelf, and you're pretty sure it has not been noticed by either the katana-armed, cyber-armored individual who's currently standing dead still in the middle of the room, just like standing there like a statue. They have no visible flesh, so to be perfectly honest, it's hard to be sure that it's not a security robot rather than an augmented runner. The thing is, if that's true, it's way, way worse than you would expect, because nobody has that level of precision android that they would use instead of an expendable human. And like that would be just a bad sign if that was the case. But it's, they're wearing that kind of gear. I imagine Zero from Borderlands, if you're familiar. And then, so like they have a faceplate that currently is dark, but might display emoji or reactions or something. Otherwise, in the room, there is a teenager sitting cross-legged on a box, and they have a pretty reasonably snappy-looking cyber deck sitting across their lap, and they're jacked into it from their forehead with a couple of wires. And you almost want to just think this is just some punk kid. And then who like how I don't know how they're working with whoever that is, but like as you're now able to actually view the room through these cameras, and Toki and theoretically ODIN could also see those feeds, you recognize the kid because they're actually all over the equivalent of TikTok. This is Scrooge, who is like a kid who makes a big deal and a lot of noise in posts about being a like anti-corporate like freedom fighter for the little person. You've never known them to like be working with anybody, but then on the other hand, no one has ever cared because they're essentially a YouTube personality. But he's recognizable, and he's just sort of like currently jacked in, presumably trying to like is one of the people that Toki is currently just like pinging out of her own networks repeatedly. You don't see any way to predict anything else about what they're doing without Toki now doing more aggressive work herself. Nobody else is in the room. It's those two people, and the armed warrior is standing attention and like rigid guard, essentially.
All right. As much basic without rolling information about like what they're carrying, what is around them, that I'll just pass that along, obviously.
So everybody has essentially what I said, other than like what you've just heard. The only thing that I think you would notice is that they have very clearly not done anything about the server in the corner of the room. It doesn't mean they don't know it's there, because now that you have the drone in there, let's assume the drone has at least basic thermal cameras. I think that seems pretty likely to me. And you can see that, yeah, it's definitely got a lot of heat leakage out of like the corners and joins. And it's very clearly plugged into the wall. You can see like the cable from this angle. So that's a server. They must know it's there. If they wanted to jack into it physically, they would have opened the box and just done that. So they're ignoring it, or they are not caring about it for whatever reason.
All right, thanks.
All right. So you've managed to pull that off at the sacrifice of some of your drone's capabilities. And I believe we assume that you have a variety of other drones available to you if you wish to launch them from your gear loadout later. Odin, you have been trying to decide like where you should be. And like this all happened very quickly. You were like, wait for me. And Drift was like, no, waiting is for losers. And, solve that problem. And then Drift is like, see, it's fine. Wipes blood away from the like jack in the side of your head where that drone is currently running from.
Okay, so yeah, I was trying to sort of figure out where I'm supposed to be. The situation there has evolved a little bit. My main concern is the guard who's in this room, and trying to get rid of him. And so what I'm kind of thinking, actually, we might have a setback in the form of an opportunity here. And I'm looking at that guard, and I ping TOKI, and I'm like, TOKI, so what are the odds that you could convince all these runners that Anatoly has the drop?
Ooh, that sounds like something I could totally do.
Ooh, I love this idea. So okay, what we have here is a potentially very big change in the status quo. Because if you can either hint that you know something or drop breadcrumbs that lead people to Anatoly, that's going to be a big deal, even if the security doesn't feel anybody is physically threatening him, because if he's even just being followed by people, they're going to have to take action. And that will disrupt a lot of things, but most importantly, remove him and the security guards, or the elite security, from play. You have a lot of tools at your disposal still, since you haven't had to go too hard yet. And this is something that your current network is able to handle, because you've got no reason to suspect any kind of intrusion on your little pawn shop decoy system here. So, what would you like to do in terms of either rules and or narrative?
Yeah, she's 100% going to jump on doing that. I feel like I might be able to use another gear possibly, because it seems like this is something that may have been planned for in advance, of being able to shoot out decoys. And in this case, it would just be a targeted one. So like, I imagine knowing that there was going to be so many runners at this event, like, ooh, there's going to be situations where they're all trying to get to, they might find out where the place is. We want to get them off our backs. How can I do this? So I feel like she already had something kind of set up, and now she's just like, oh, just let me tweak that real quick and direct them specifically to this group.
I feel like special grenade kind of covers what we're going to be doing here with a multi-use thing. So like, you've got ways to deploy decoys, and you've got 2 decoys ready to go.
Okay.
And you're going to essentially drop a packet of information that you are tuning on the fly, that is a combination of a physical, like maybe both Odin and Drift have something that they could leave. It could be a QR code on a Polaroid. Like, you're thinking like something that will attract attention of people playing a game. Right.
Yes.
So like, you've got like that kind of thing going on, but also you've got the internet package of I'm going to feed in name or location or a place or an image and then hit run, and it will encode that in something that's pretty easy to decrypt and then put it out there for everybody else to find and go nuts over. So that's me thinking how you would act on that. Anything you want to add fiction-wise before we roll it?
Nope, that sounds good to me. I guess the question would be, would that use both of the special grenades in this instance, or
No.
it's okay?
Yeah, so like my thinking is you got it set up. You're saying you knew you would want distractions later.
Yeah.
Those distractions are justified by using up the special grenade, but you then have one more instance of that for later.
Okay, just double checking.
I like the idea of having a physical QR code. Like it could just be like a number of like little stickers or something that you just kind of like slap on a, you slap on the back of a coffee cup and people are like, oh my God, I found the thing. But it takes them to a place that you have full control over that you can change dynamically at any point to fit the narrative however you want. So you could be like, one of these things is not like the other one. Picture of like, models, picture of security, picture of Anatoly. Like,
Yeah, something like that.
Nice.
It's like a classic phishing. It's a spear phishing scam. Basically, you're redirecting a bunch of people to a malicious website, but the malice of the website is like fake versions of the art.
Mm-hmm. But it's
Absolutely.
great because for the same reason that we were taken off guard when Odin encountered him is the same reason that everyone else will fall for the red herring, because he wasn't on the list, because he wasn't supposed to be there.
I love it. And actually, you're right. That really does line up very, very well with the narrative that TOKI is building very quickly here. And I feel like, correct me if I'm wrong, but you're probably going to be rolling smart coding because you're putting, this website together on the fly, and that's like playing to your strengths. What I would suggest is that this is going to start off because you were prepared for it, and it is not immediately something that you have to worry about being triggering like combat. It would normally be pretty low on the threat, but since Anatoly has those guards and things could go wrong in the sort of bigger picture, we're looking at a threat level of 3 because, again, they're serious business. But if you pull it off, it's so well set up that this is a level 4 effect, simply because, like, as Max brings in, you've already got the fiction supporting this kind of he's out of place. Maybe everyone else should follow this person and ignore us kind of thing going on. So that would be things could go very badly if you fail, but if you succeed, it might take out of play both his guards and also a large number of other random people, including possibly Scrooge and his guard in Soldier number 5, if they're paying attention to, unless they're smart enough to not fall for it.
Go big or go home. You put a kick me sign on the back of the dean.
Basically. All right. Since this is such an important role, I'm going to record it.
Alrighty.
Last time I got so lucky.
All right. So before you roll, though, you got 4 dice currently. Odin, if you want to try, you could be dropping that QR code in the room as a push, or as not a push, but an assist. That is a thing that you could do physically, and you don't have to roll separately because you're just dropping this little sticker.
Actually, can I flashback before she makes this roll that when he turned to leave, I put it on his shoulder.
I say, like, thanks, buddy. Like, I appreciate you looking it over this one time. I understand I will never retire ever.
Well,
Okay.
it'd be more like he when he did that, like, I'm freezing and we're gonna seize, and I like very sincerely, like, I pat him on the arm and like, look, I appreciate that you're upset. I assure you that you can trust me. It's gonna go well. And then when he's leaving, there's just like a QR code like there.
Okay, that's a 1 stress flashback given the situation.
Nice.
So you get the bonus die from the flashback there / assist. And this might this might technically be out of those rules. I feel like that's the same thing, right? Assist / flashback. 1 stress. All right, you got 5 dice. You
Okay.
may proceed. And
I'm nervous. Okay. Ah, yes. Oh, wow. Okay. Lucky. I got a 2, a 3, a 3, a 4, and a 6.
nice.
The
Okay.
best part is the 6 was the last die I just added.
That's beautiful.
Beautiful. Well, I am extremely excited for you and to see where this goes, because that drastically changes the playing field right now. So I'm envisioning, one of those the flashback laden hacker action scenes from Ocean's 11, Leverage, etc. So we see the QR code being planted because Odin was just like, okay, this is an opportunity, and I don't know how we're going to use it, but we're going to use it, and you planted that there. Toki being like, all right, so we have to get people out of here now. Oh, of course. Cracks knuckles, starts typing, one hand is slowly drifting, following a holographic display that is moving around, and you're typing in various places in the air around your head while you're currently navigating things. And I just we cut to a thread on a comment on a video that is something posted somewhere else, and one of the people who hasn't made it past the lobby, I'm gonna grab a hacker name. This is Badly Drawn, capital B, capital D, one word. Badly Drawn is live streaming their attempt to get past one of the bouncers into the actual room. And it's that kid that is now currently looking for Odin, being like, how do I deal with these people? And it's Badly Drawn is just streaming it. And then Toki, under a 3-layer deep sub account, posts a picture that is Anatoly's face, and then another picture that is the back of his head and the QR code. And then just a question mark. And then it's off to the races at that point. And so suddenly this thread is blowing up, and suddenly a bunch of people from the front are who have already made it into the fashion show are getting up out of their chairs. And some of them are looking for Anatoly in the crowd and failing to find him, heading out into the halls. A bunch of them are going back out to the lobby to look for Badly Drawn and to be let's solve this. And there are a couple of people who are perhaps playing it more calm, but still are following. Then you can see a bunch of internet traffic is going to his live feed. All right. So it is disrupted massively what was going on. The models currently on the runway are thrown by half the audience departing in the middle of they were already kind of distracted, but they weren't getting up and running around until just now. The security guard who was left behind, the elite security that was left to spy on Odin, just casually stands up and heads out of the room. Just was leaning against the wall and is now just quietly and calmly walking away. And your security cameras show you that Anatoly and the other two, and very shortly to be the third one, are currently in a just a hallway, kind of actually near where Drift is, and they are walking quickly towards an exit in the back. They're just clearing out. Now, I want to find out for myself if this also impacts our friends in room number 5. So I'm going to draw a couple cards here, because they're aware of what's happening. Whether or not they fall for it is another question. And so let's see. Okay. So I'm pointing at a card here, because that is what's happening right now. But that also follows. And yep. Okay. So this is, all going down fairly quickly after you post it. It takes, about a minute for several people to notice. And then as soon as they had, it spread like wildfire. And so within about 90 seconds after you are posting this, everybody who is here for the ARG feels like they've found it, like the thing they were looking for. Now, had you rolled an even higher success and managed to crit, we might be talking about like this being a completely disrupted event where everyone is ending and clearing out in order to like deal with the security threat. But instead, we currently have the models are still being sent back out onto the runway. The people running the event are like, keep filming it. The drones are transmitting this footage. It doesn't matter if the audience is leaving. We didn't expect there to be an audience. Ignore them. And it's just like they're trying to push forward. So there's still going to be security around, but it's going to be the standard, like, this is a fashion show security, where the thing they're most concerned about is making sure that none of the models wander off with any of the gear.
Okay. And so while this is happening, because like there's a lot of stuff going on in sequence, the moment that guy leaves the room, I want to do three things in rapid succession.
Sure.
One, I want to send an email to Anatoly to be like, I have reason to believe that you were actually the target and that the reason why there's been a security disruption here, you need to clear out immediately, with like a link to the same thread to just be like, you know, like somebody's screwing with you, you need to leave, buddy. Like, so glad that we could work together. I'm so glad that I was able to help you out here. I want to do that. At the same time, in this room, as soon as that guy's out, I want to drop two things. I want to drop a drone, which is not going to be under my control. I'm just going to leave that attached to the network for TOKI and for Drift to use. So I'll just like flag off a versatile drone. And I'm also going to drop a little, I'm actually going to ting for a special grenade. I'm going to get a gas grenade. So I've got two gas grenades on me. I'm going to put the gas grenade in the room that I'm going to rig to the network so that TOKI or Drift can control the gas grenade later on. And as soon as like those things happen, then it's going to be like beat, beat, beat. And I'm probably going to exit the room and try to head over to where I assume all the chaos is about to start.
Gotcha.
Yeah. All right. So then what I would say is essentially you have a smaller version of something like this that has that drone in it with enough room to kind of like drop the grenade in. And it's sort of a thing where like you sort of can put it on the side and it'll look like someone's makeup case or like maybe, you know, like an AR rig box that anyone would have just left behind, and it'll open itself up and crawl out when we call on it.
Seems legitimate.
So it's not trying to be hidden, but neither is it like, hey, let me just like pull start this drone and like toss it into the air.
Yeah.
All right, exactly.
And I think Tatyana, you were about to ask, this is in the dressing room. So this is in location one of two possible places for the data drop. And Max, you are currently physically near the other one. I don't recall if you managed to physically go in there yet, though, because you were distracted by fallout from your drone bit.
Yeah. I'm still more in that central chaos area where everyone is sort of converging and dispersing to different backroom spots.
Yep. So the way this is laid out, essentially you had a big ballroom and there's a foyer in front of it that most people were stuck in. There's the fashion show going on. Directly from the fashion shows or the ballrooms, whatever you want to think of it, there's a stage in the back with that runway currently built out from it. The backstage goes to several doors that open into the big area you're currently in, where people can then go to the dressing room, or they can go down several hallways in different directions that all have storage or facilities of various kinds. There is, in case it ever becomes relevant, a large kitchen that could have been used to run, you know, big event dinners out of. It's currently closed, but it's there. And you are in that sort of like central area, like, because there's so many different spots set up where people have like, there's a makeup station, and there's like several water stations where people can grab a bottle of water, and like a juice pack, like electrical charge on a like augment if they need to. And so you are pretty much unnoticed. And to be honest, a lot of the people also sitting around are probably running drones either officially or unofficially in some capacity. But, you know, you're just one of the many. And the chaos is coming your way. So having come out of the actual dressing room a moment before, suddenly Anatoly, who you've been keeping one eye on, you all have when possible, is being escorted back past you and essentially is walking down the hallway past, storage rooms 1, 2, 3, and now 4 and 5, and to an exit door at the back of that hall.
Yeah. When I notice that he's headed for an exit, I would like to remote pilot my ride, essentially, that we've got, and just set it up so that it is going to do a quick flyby over that back entrance and see if there's a car there. And if there is a car there, take a quick shot and post it as packages on the move, photo, zoom in on license plate.
Okay. So totally easy to do, but that does security, right?
Yeah.
So there's probably other security, but you're also like, no, this is fine. This is easy. And because you're kind of, reckless, to put it in a word. So you're going to do it.
Expend our getaway car.
Yeah, basically.
For the post.
Now, that does mean you may all still get away, but in the back of a tech-packed van that is rigged up to look like whatever TOKI feels like it is on the exterior, whether it's a food truck or a minivan or something.
No. You deeply underestimate Drift's desire and ability to hotwire a really nice ride.
Okay, fair enough. We'll deal with that when we get there. But you're right. So you're gonna risk expending your getaway car, or actually expend it, depending on what happens here. Yeah. So the trick is how much you want to spend your effort avoiding it being tagged as a security threat to Anatoly. Because to be perfectly honest, paparazzi are a thing, and people mostly don't care. So if you can avoid too much notice, that's all that's going to be assumed.
I would prefer to say, it's going to get flagged as paparazzi, but I don't have to roll a dice. Then let's do that. And I'll just assume that it is now burnt. I'll have it hover around and then just shoot off towards what is it like? Agroviz Industries.
Okay, I like it. Yeah, I'll accept that as a bargain here. So your original getaway car zooms over, bunch of very bright flashes of flash photography. You're just going aggressive to both get the shot, and also just sell the story, because hey, flashy ride, not very well seen, takes a bunch of pictures, runs away real quick. It's paparazzi. You are posting that seconds later, and TOKI is having a bunch of dummy accounts comment on it, so that photo goes to the top of that thread, and suddenly Badly Drawn is directing his new internet mob and real life mob and sending them out into the streets after it. Which you hear a little gunfire in the distance, and drone views that probably, or street camera views that TOKI has hijacked, suggest that essentially the elite security are just tiring and engine blocking every vehicle that they pass on their way down the street, to make sure that nobody is following them. So yeah,
all right.
We jump back to, I think, probably ODIN having looked around the room and been yeah, okay, problem solved. And you've exited, as you said, into the hallways where you see Drift sitting on the cart down a ways, and currently, of course, you're pointedly, or you are not pointedly not looking at Drift. You acknowledge the existence of Drift visually, but pay it no mind, because you're not worried about anything, and you're all security guards, and you're all supposed to be here. And that, I think, then leaves us at a moment where, as things are calming down in the back here, suddenly it's a lot quieter after the stampede. You've still got models and handlers coming in and out, and everybody's really flustered, but that's still a lot less people. And that means you're probably only here with the really serious people at the moment. And all of you have various ways to do this. So you just all like are tagging. Okay, these people are definitely on the wait staff list, and these people are definitely handlers and models. These ones might technically be on those lists, but they are probably similar to us. They bribed their way onto the list. They look like they might be suspicious. So you're getting a handle on who's still here, and you've got about 10 minutes before 0 hour and the packet drop happens, theoretically. So now the question is, having dropped a drone and a grenade, a gas grenade specifically, in the dressing room that you can trigger to obscure and or secure as need be, and you've got that EMP grenade, hopefully sort of locking Scrooge and his guard in that room, though they don't know it, so they might not obey that stay put command. What do you want to do? Because you have one other room to secure that at least 2 people seem to be monitoring from next door, and presumably there are other people who are now making their way into or around your target zones.
I wonder if it makes sense to have TOKI try and breach Scrooge's network and see what exactly is going on there, especially because we know that Scrooge possibly has either just somebody who is decked out, like a runner decked out, and or really big high tech. So yeah, I think Toki's gonna try and find out if I can get in there, see what's going on, and then possibly infiltrate if need be to give to push their attention away from our guys.
I've got a dot encoding and the drone in the room, so fictionally it could make sense that I will be able to help you in that I can narrow down the number of MAC addresses or mesh IDs or whatever that you would have to sift through to find him specifically.
That's a good idea.
So take an extra die.
All right. Smart encoding.
Alrighty. So before you roll, let's establish some threat and effect levels. The goal here is, trying to breach that network. And so you're going up against somebody who is famous for not necessarily being super skilled, but famous for like talking a big game. And you assume, based on the gear you've seen through and his guard, that he's like well funded. Like he's got probably whatever high tech gear a runner could possibly have, as opposed to necessarily being a giant corporate entity, but like still probably very well prepared. So you're aware of the possible dangers there. You could be noticed, or you could even be attacked by intrusion countermeasure like algorithms. So we're targeting probably a threat of 3 again, and a reduced effect currently of like effect 1. So you could consider that what you're likely to get at first is just surface level access and like maybe a general sense of what he's currently paying attention to, but not so much what he's doing or what his like major capabilities or secrets are. If you wanted to trade up to target threat level 4 and risk very much getting noticed immediately, you could go for a standard effect and get like network access, and he'll be like, oh, I've been breached and somebody is looking at my file system. Guard, go and kill them, is the possible outcome there, or some other digital attack. It might expose your network. You could also trade dice, because this is within your expertise. You can trade a die for increased effect without raising the threat level and go from 1 to 2. And you can push yourself for increased effect level, going either from 1 to 2 or 2 to 3, depending on how many of these things you wish to stack together. So what do you want your outcomes and dangers to be?
I know I want a higher outcome. Like I definitely want to get more for whatever I do. I see that Max pointed out the possibility of upgrading my gear to a higher deck that I'm assuming might at least help the effectiveness of what I do. But I'm not entirely sure how to do that.
So my understanding is that you can check off an extra load to declare that you're like, oh, this isn't just, a cyber deck. This is a Tokyo Drift 9000 cyber deck, it's all about the family and Furious over here. Or like that's probably more Drift's thing, right? For how he'd upgrade his gear. But basically you give it a name, you make it sound cool, and you maybe pick a specific kind of thing it's good at because of this manufacturer or this version. And as fiction goes, that's how you sort of pitch the upgrade. Does that track with what everybody knows about the rules?
Yeah, and then it makes you more effective, right? Like, so if they had a superior deck and then you're like, but mine is also superior, then you're sort of more on even footing than trying to go up against someone who's got better tech, I guess.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I will do that. And I think it makes sense because of the field that Toki's in, that, she would want to have upgrades on her hacking abilities, the problem that I have is I am terrible at coming up with clever things and names on the spot.
Well, you know what? I got a deck of cards that can help you with that. So what we're going to do real quick is I'm going to suggest you have we're going to go with, I got to clear out my old card set. Vanderhees group version 101 deck that is specialized at remaining unnoticed in all possible situations. It is the stealthiest deck currently on the market, and basically it's just so normal everything thinks when it sees this deck that it dismisses it as an important piece of hardware, despite having top of the line CPU, GPU, augmented reality processing unit as well, and a physics processor that can tell you if you're about to be shot, how badly it will hurt.
All right, awesome. Thank you for that.
Black 3.0.
Okay, so I'll do that for the upgrade. That puts me at a
Okay, so that will raise your effect. That means that you're now at a 3 and a 2 without having spent any dice on upgrading it or raise the threat level. So you're potentially in a pretty dangerous situation, but it's like, hacker versus hacker. And since everybody here has something going on because there's a reason that they're here, that's not like if you were to attack his network, he would necessarily think, oh my God, I'm about to be murdered. Like, I need to send my guards everywhere. It's just, this is a situation that he needs to handle. So you might be noticed, but it doesn't mean that they're going to come for you if you get caught. And if you succeed, you might be able to gain, since you got effect level 2, you might get network access without being noticed. And you currently have a bonus die. I believe Drift was assisting. And so that puts you at coding and smart with 5.
All right. Okay, and this one is the Drift die.
Alrighty.
Let's see what we get. 2 6s, a 5, a 4, and a 2. I'm killing it today.
Nice. Okay.
That's a crit hit,
so
right?
Bad.
Yeah.
That's crit.
So that essentially means you could try to bargain for something specific, but in general, it means increased effect. And what I would say in this case, I think it's pretty clear that would suggest you get deeper network access and know more about what's going on, but remain unnoticed.
Sweet.
Okay. So your thing so far this whole night has been like you're setting up a network that no one should pay any attention to. And then because Max is providing a different point of access, it basically looks like Max's drones or his computer are bothering people who are doing network intrusion stuff anyway. And that makes sense since he's security. So no one so far has any reason to put together 2 and 2 that you are this other entity on the network and also aware of their doings. So Scrooge's network is very secure. It's a very expensive deck, and that he seems to have tweaked. But you actually managed to just find the right, like, essentially network protocols to say, "Hi, this is your automated update service. I need access to your like firmware for a second here. Please let me." Oh yeah, thank you. I now have full control. And so it might not last for very long. Next time he runs any kind of like check on this, it might just break it because it will like, oh, look, this version is wrong, and revert to the previous version, which was not under your control. But you currently have pretty much open access to his network traffic and his comm device. And so what's going on is he's currently talking to somebody, and you sort of break in the middle of a conversation for a second, and you're just like able to hear in clear audio sub-vocalization on his part, and then somebody is probably another hacker somewhere, or at least that's the impression you get, because what he's saying is, all right, so we have access to the network, and I don't know, whoever did it, this was definitely some kind of decoy, but they got a lot of people out of here. So I don't know when it's going down, but clock says 5 minutes maybe. And we need to have control over storage 4 if we're going to like be the first to get this. And I absolutely need you to make sure that the cameras stay under our control, because my dad needs to see this, because this is going to be epic. And so like the other person, you're actually not getting their audio. And so like it goes quiet, and then he says, "No, Mom, it's okay." And so like apparently whatever's going on here, you think this is interesting, especially because he's like, like he might be 18. He might be younger than that, but he's like such a big public persona. Everyone just kind of assumes that he's, like most runners, not got a whole lot of backing from family or a traditional support structure. Doesn't seem to be the case this time. All right. So other than that, and that conversation continues and is a little bit less intelligible because he's muttering like things that only make sense if you have the full context. But you are recording it, of course. And then also your look at his network suggests that he's been doing a lot of the same things you've been doing. And he hasn't touched the security terminal server there, primarily because he seems to already own it. Like it's a node on his Wi-Fi, and it seems to be full access. So presumably that's why he knew to come here and chose this room. What that does mean to Drift is that if you blow that grenade, you'll take out a lot of his capabilities here, because it seems like what he's doing is targeting a bunch of the other treasure hunters. And he is essentially hijacking a lot of their efforts, and both interfering in some cases and just watching what they're doing. Like they're doing data analysis on those like clues you dropped, and they're following Anatoly, or they're digging on other puzzles that people think might have been part of this that might just be dead ends. And he's just watching what they're doing. He's also got at least some of the security cameras just active feeds that he's monitoring. You have them too, because what he's doing is not destructive. He's merely processing that data and just taking it in. And also, if you maintain this connection for much longer, he might notice, but so far he has not, and is not looking for you. So I will allow you to decide if you're going to like stay jack in or jack out.
So like I feel like she'd probably be like, "Oh, I can hop off of this," but I feel like she'd probably want to, like, in doing that, I don't know, leave a little tiny like breadcrumb or something to make it easier to get back in if she can.
Okay.
Yeah, but something that would just like go unnoticed, and not necessarily Like it would just help the chances if she needs to get back in.
Okay, so like a backdoor process that you're saying like this is going to be sitting here as a thing that if you can execute it will get you full access again. But if he destroys it or notices it, that might not happen.
Yeah, exactly. It should be hidden enough that he wouldn't notice it, something like small and, like meaningless. But I'm hoping that like closing myself out of this would remove his basically it would make him not look for it. Like if I stay on, he'd find it, but if I get off, it'll probably be fine for a while.
So you're currently using network traffic bandwidth that he might eventually notice and figure out something's going on. But if you were to disconnect, maybe he has no reason to suspect anything's gone wrong. Totally valid. Does that mean you are jacking out now, or are you going to maintain connection for a little while longer? Because you have in world, you have 5 minutes before theoretically packet drop happens.
5 minutes. Can I look at his security history and see how often he's hit?
That's fair.
Yeah, to try and give me like, is he?
Give me a luck die roll.
Is he paranoid?
Yeah. Just roll a single d6.
Oh shit, a 1.
Okay, so you look and you're like, he's pretty frequently checking to make sure everything's okay. At least right now, it's hard to be sure about in the distant, like in general cases, but like he's aware that everything right now is super super critical, and he seems to be really on edge.
Okay. Yeah, I guess if that's the case, then Toki will just like relay this information and slither her way out.
Okay. So you do so, and I'm going to say, especially given your critical success, we don't really have to roll for whether or not you're going to be noticed. And part of the bonus of that is that you could maybe do this again with an easier, an easier and less dangerous roll in the future. But as we were approaching the 5-minute countdown, Odin, you're like, you've mapped out pretty much where everyone is, and you have real-time data from a lot of cameras, so you can have a pretty strong sense that it looks like there's about 5 people, probably one group, maybe 2 groups, that are converging on the back area here, and at least one set of 3 people that seem to be together have one at a time slipped into the dressing room. Like they're pretty sure that's where they need to be. They're currently under the guise of like marketing ad exec kind of people who are like, one person wearing a suit and 2 people with cameras trying to be like, oh, we're going to be making you so rich, like bouncing around back there. And they're taking pictures of everything in a very like, I'm getting surveillance of this room using these cameras kind of way.
What a beautiful ficus.
Yeah. And then Drift, your drone has still not been noticed, and you are in a much less busy physical environment. So that's both good and bad, because it means like there's less people to draw attention away from you, but also like you have a pretty strong sense that there's 2 drone operators out here, one of whom is definitely not on the actual payroll and is in the same boat as you. They're actually listed as like a news agency that has appropriate passes to be back here, but it doesn't exist. It's just like they paid somebody to let them in. And so you don't know if they're with the team that's in the dressing room or the other 2 people who are currently standing over by a water station. One of them very clearly carrying a couple of submachine guns in open carry holsters, but looking like they're dressed like local security / bodyguard for the other, who's a young woman who is also wearing, you think, a lot more dangerous gear. And it like the submachine guns are kind of a fake out because of the 2 of them. She's going to kill people. And you just get that sense from her like quality of like monolayer armor. Like she's a melee fighter of some kind, and you don't see any weapons, which is kind of worse.
All right. So as soon as I get the download of like, mom and dad and son all working together against the man, I'm like, like I send out like just a panel of eye roll emojis, just like 10 lines, and then I say, but at least we have some leverage now. Toki, do you think you can backtrace where Dad lives?
Okay.
I'm on it.
Like everyone who knows Drift is like, oh, you're gonna be the bad guy, aren't you? But and he says, I think we can strike a deal. And like, all right, hear me out. I got so we get the goods, they get the glamour. They're in it for the likes, right? They want the, like and subscribe. I'm an adventurer, like all that bullshit, right? Yeah. So we take the thing. We all work together. We work in the background. They work in the foreground. We get the thing. We get the cash. We get out, and they get all the glory and all the, subscribes, whatever. But without a little bit of stick to back up the carrot, I don't know if they're really going to go for it. So if Toki can kind of find out where Dad's at, maybe say like, oh, the homestead is your collateral.
Gotcha. All right. So that's totally, I think, within skill set here. So he's a public persona, and now you have a bunch of private data about where he was communicating with. Now, I will note, he was not apparently on the phone with Dad at the time, right? So he was talking to Mom and was talking about Dad. So if that matters, we may discover different things. You may go ahead and roll. I'm going to say that since you're starting off, at least you hope, with something relatively easy and safe, doing public searches for wherever this connection was going. If you're trying to track, are you trying to literally backtrace to where he was talking to Mom, basically? Or are you trying to figure out who Dad was?
I would backtrack that and just say, like, let's see if we can find out where his family's at.
Yeah, I was going to say she would look for just anybody that would be important to them. And since those two were part of the conversation, those would be her first focus. All
right. So threat level 1, because this is sort of just like network searching beyond like the network. And even if you get caught, like it's not a current action thing. It's just a, like, you've been noted. However, it could matter down the line. And then effect standard, so 2, and you've got your usual probably 4 dice here. The question is, do you want to do anything special, or you just want to roll it, basically? Because you can trade those 4 dice down for increased effect, or you can get more personal and like try friending him on social media, and then maybe that raises your threat level and also your effect level.
I think I'll just go for a regular roll. I was kind of debating the friending, but
okay.
Okay.
So 4 dice.
Roll. Yes. Okay. 2, 4, 5, and 6. Another paw.
Alrighty. Well, nice. You immediately discover that there is absolutely no family. There is nothing you can find about this kid. In fact, despite the massive like fame machine, there's a like marketing firm that is being paid to like, push him, but you have no idea who his family is. His name, his real name, you don't know. And this is weird because you'd think you could at least get a little bit, but like Gorgoth Marketing is paying for like huge advertising campaigns, has subsidized his gear, and he talks about it all the time. It's not a secret, but that's all you can find.
Whoa.
I will offer you a devil's bargain, which is not part of this, but cyber devils are pretty bad. So I hear it's still dangerous. You can roll again and keep the 6 if you either push, which would give you a bonus die. So you'd have 5 dice, one of which is locked at a 6. or you can find some other excuse to do that. However, somebody will notice you no matter what. Like, again, kind of maybe a distant threat, but like the fact that somebody is looking into him will become noticed.
Okay. I'm gonna take the risk.
Okay. Roll 4 more dice.
Okay. Four
See
more
if you can
dice.
see if you can get another 6. Crit it out.
Okay, so we keep the first one and then
We're all new, or
Or this is a 4 dice. You get to add a die and re-roll the things that were not 6s. It's still the same attempt, basically. So you have a 6, but you're adding to the 6. I have been noticed, and I might crit.
Oh, I did not crit.
Okay, I will give you, however, this is still going to be useful to you because you have been noticed. You receive on one of the sub accounts that you were using for that an email from Gorgoth Marketing Security. Hello, we see you're trying to reach one of our clients. Would you like to meet us at a location of mutual agreeability to discuss the consequences of your actions? And you can respond to that later. That can be part of what we were dealing with in a little bit. But you have received that contact, and even though they didn't necessarily send it straight to your personal, like, actual, like, account's address, that means they're sort of like following the trail of breadcrumbs. And you have an in for more possible information, but it's, there's maybe a clock running in the background to
Okay.
Gorgoth Marketing.
Oh, marketing.
And it's currently at, we're going to say 2 out of 6.
Okay.
good. So then, I guess Drift's question is, dead end on that score. But what do you think the odds are that a team up is still in the works?
I guess we might as well give it a shot. We know that he's got something to do with Gorgon marketing, and it's something sketchy/fishy. So maybe we can use that information at least.
Mm-hmm. You do have information, and you can just make contact in any number of ways from any number of digital nodes to prevent immediately being identified as the person reaching out. So if you want to.
I mean, I'm not up on corporate lingo, like put a pin in it, get back to you later, all that jazz. But maybe Odin can weigh in.
That's a good point. You work directly with these guys a lot more than we do. What do you think?
I think that we could probably maximize some powerful synergies if we all accept the paradigm shift in the operation, and then we can all get aligned on how we can make this new initiative a resounding success.
Nice.
So that's so good and terrible. So here's the thing: I will give you a bonus effect on a roll if you send that to either or to directly to Gorgoth Marketing and be like, hey, we know your client is doing this. We will do the thing with them, but we want this out of it. Or you can, as a different approach, you could try contacting Scrooge directly and be like, knock on the door. Hey, buddy, want to work together? Or, something like that. You have very different ways you could try to make that connection happen here. And you have 2 minutes.
Let's send the corp email to Gorgoth Marketing to be like we could be a powerful asset for this initiative and make the views go right through the ceiling by making this a lot more flashy. If your asset is willing to share information and knowledge here and let us actually pick up the package, we can give him all the credit for it. We can give him all the it'll be his operation from a public perspective.
Okay.
It's at least corporate.
And what's amazing is We literally just got a direct red phone line deep into their corporation because they're waiting to hear back from TOKI. Like someone is sitting refreshing their email right now.
Yep.
Perfect.
All right, so TOKI, you're going to take them up on that, but with this further additional offer that ODIN has helped you corp speak into, like directly their language. Yeah, counter proposal.
Counter proposal, exactly.
All right, I love it. So that's not even a roll to contact them because obviously you already have the contact. So any roll here is going to be more about the persuasion or impact of your request. And you've got, a lot of ways you can hint at knowing certain very real things that would provide them a reason to trust that what you're saying is true. So I guess one question is, and this is where raising the threat level is very real because just sending a contact back, they already know where that one point of contact is. They're going to find some version of getting in touch with you eventually. Hopefully they're not going to bother hunting you down because this is not that important. But by contacting them back, you potentially expose your profile more. And that goes sort of for the whole team because of the fact that you're referencing the place you physically are. And then, cross-checking data, who was where, when. They might be able to figure out who Drift and ODIN are and why they're like involved with the same set of things going on. So by contacting them, defaults, somebody gets to roll, and it might be ODIN for having verbally crafted the response. I'm thinking threat level of 2 baseline, and then effectiveness of probably 2 standard, because again, you have good reason to be proposing this and it's pretty urgent and they might get something out of it. So it's a reasonable proposal. You can raise the stakes and very much raise the effect in giving away a little bit more of your hand. If you show more data that you have currently, like show any real-time data that you're currently getting, say like, this is real, I'm actually here, we can definitely do this, but you have 30 seconds to decide, in or out corporate goons. You can go to all the way from, instead of going up 1 level, we can go up 2 levels from 2 and 2 to 4 and 4. Because you're going to be like, oh wait, not only might this work really well, they could be like, no, one of our satellites is going to snipe the place you're currently sitting. And like, maybe we'll hit the wrong runner, but who cares? So you might go to, this is immediately violent, but hey, maybe they'll just be like, yeah, go for it. So Dan, if ODIN wants to make the roll, that would be, what's it called? Influence. And probably either empathetic or aggressive. I might be willing to let this be a weird combo where we get to use TOKI's approach and your skill because of you verbally crafting it and TOKI delivering it, to give you the 4 dice starting zone. But
I was also going to say, like, we currently have things at play that can eliminate their current operative from being usable at all to them, and that could be part of our leverage.
Oh yeah,
it's
like, if you're like
saying no, we could just take him out of the race completely.
Yeah. So, but like, and again, that's perfect because that's very real, but also very much setting it as an aggressive tone.
I'm 100% in favor of both the carrot and the stick, but targeting corporation. And like, this guy is clearly your asset, and we can either completely assist your asset or we can take your asset out. Up to you guys. You got 2 minutes to make the call, and totally be like, not only are we on-prem, but we've already compromised your asset. So we are in favor of maximizing your reach in this situation where we can absolutely leverage this to a much more dramatic success for your current initiative, but we could also simply completely demolish your project. And that's up to you guys, because we are on-prem, you're not on-prem, and as the people with boots on the ground who are absolutely entrenched in this situation, we can really make this happen for you. and send that out. And I'm happy to make the roll. I'm happy to have somebody else make the roll. I'd vote that influence does count because like I'm crafting the message on this. And then whether or not delivery, like maybe influence then shorted through Toki's like delivery of the message, like to combine them together, like you were just saying. I think that would work really well.
Okay. I am down for that, and I think like that gets you 4 dice from a combination of smart and Toki providing data package and evidence up to a certain amount of giving away your abilities and your knowledge so far and your delivery of the actual text of the message that describes the situation.
I think I want to add something else to this, kind of a push on this one from me.
Okay.
Exposing my identity and enough of my background to key into the counter corporate messaging of what's his name of the guy?
Scrooge.
Yeah, the counter corporate messaging of Scrooge to be like, this can play really well with Scrooge's core audience. Like I'm really well positioned within the demographic that you're going after here. Which of course like exposes my ID, and that's dangerous, but then we'll probably pitch it better.
Okay. I would say that gets you I will say that gets you to trade 2 steps up to 5 out of 6 on the people are noticing Odin was here clock for an additional effect tier without having to raise the threat level of the roll itself.
There we go. Now I want somebody else to roll it though.
Okay. So I think Tatyana, that's going to be you making that roll, and I like the fact that we have you recording your rolls sometimes, so that can give us some dramatic flair. So we're currently looking at 2 and 3. So threat 2, effect 3. You can trade up. You've got 4 dice, and we can provide further assist. Like I would say, if Drift wants to provide some drone footage of the kids sitting in the room, that would be a highly impactful shot, but expose the existence of the drone. And maybe they'll ignore it because they're going to work with you, or maybe they're going to take it out before coming out of the room hard, which would trigger the grenade. But maybe that will go badly if you fail.
If we succeed, the drone is effectively out of play for that purpose. So I would say that I will basically do like would you like to share this public link on the drone and attach?
Yeah. So that will, take out the drone effectively. And that trades in towards that as a essentially a bonus die, I guess. I feel like this is kind of like an assist. It's an assist, but costing the drone.
Yeah, instead of the stress.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you got 5 dice, 2 and 3. Do you want to trade a die for further impact, or do you want to trade threat for further impact? Because you could go to 3 and 4. Threat level of 3 is not instant death. I mean, neither is 4 actually as a single roll, but like threat level of 3 would be, oh, they're mad if you fail, but not they're sending in further elite security right now.
What do you guys think? Should I sacrifice? Should I sacrifice the 5th die so that we have better payoff?
Because the difference between the difference I would say between a 3 and a 4 impact would be 3. Like if you succeed at a 3, it's greater effectiveness. They're definitely going to be providing you with the package that you are looking for if they can get their hands on it. Whereas if it's only a 2, if it was only a 2, they'd be like, you can have it, but if we get it, we're not necessarily turning it over to you. And a 4 would be, okay, well, they kind of owe you if this works out and they get the big payout of fame. So even if they were to successfully get it and you were taken out of play temporarily, they might still provide you with what they'd bargained into the deal.
I say trade threat for effect.
Okay. I like where we're at because even being owed a favor by a corp means that the corp has their eyes on you. You're on the books.
That's fair.
All right. So final verdict: is it 2 and 3 or 3 and 4? And then 5 dice. If you keep the 5 dice, that's 3 and 4 with 5 dice. It's a pretty good shot.
I think I'm gonna keep the 5 dice just because I need all the luck I can get.
Okay.
more dice is more chances.
And is it staying at 2 3 or is it raising to 3 4?
Are you also don't forget we can always resist.
Yes, you can resist consequences. Right.
Yeah. There's like all kinds of resistance stuff. So like even if you totally fail, it doesn't have to be the worst thing that ever happened.
Yeah, you can live dangerously.
Okay, 2, 3, and 5 dice.
5 dice. All right, go for it.
Oh, you almost dropped it early. Oh, one's sideways, but I did get a 6, a 1, a 5, a 5, and I'm not sure. Should I re-roll the...
Reroll the not sure. I'm curious.
Like, how do you digitally roll off the table by accident? Like, it's...
Yeah.
Well, what happened is it went on the edge of my little thingy and another dice. So it was between the two.
Yeah.
But it was just a 3, so...
But you still have a 6, so...
Yeah.
Okay.
2 5s and a 6.
All right, so you send that email, and you're like, all right, we've got like 1 minute left, because I'm going to say it'll take at least a minute for you to workshop that. Mm-hmm. And theoretically, like, you all have a countdown now to be like, okay, math that you did on data that you mined before says in 60 seconds, something's going to happen, appear, or be revealed or released here that will lead you on the next step of this treasure hunt. Hopefully, that will be it. You'll either get it now, or you'll at least be on the final step of the journey and stop yourself from competing with like a million other people for it. But you send that email, and about 20 seconds later, you get back a really quick but clearly handwritten response that's like, proposal accepted. Provide asset with the opportunity to discover, in quotation marks, anything relevant. But the asset will turn over or cease recording at the moment of revelation, and you will be allowed to make off with data. All right, so they've accepted your terms, essentially. All right.
Okay.
And now, as the final 30-second clock is going to be counting down, obviously other people who were following the clock, even if they don't know as much as you, are getting agitated and active. The 2 people who were standing near Max, a young couple of people, whether they're together or not, you can't really say, but they're acting like that's their cover, is that they're like here together. Young woman and a young non-binary person, and the young woman with the melee armor, or the deflective armor suit, is cracking knuckles and looking around like this is going to be like she's a fist fighter of some kind, and is preparing for like run, grab, and get out at the moment. And the person with her hasn't even like reached for their SMGs and is actually acting much more like they're a drone operator, kind of gazing off into the distance. The 3 people who are in the dressing room with their cameras and their corporate exec are still like clicking away, just like they're documenting everything, and you get the impression that their hope is literally that they're going to be scanning everything and they're just going to catch it. They don't seem to be armed as far as you can tell. That seems unlikely, but so far. And from your drone feed in the little room number 5 with the security terminal and Scrooge and his guard, Scrooge suddenly is like, what? And like says loud enough out loud, it's not even sub-vocalized, that you can pick it up on your drone. Like, they can't be serious. Okay. Turns to the person standing next to him. Mom, you've got to get him to back off. And And like, so the faceplate raises. You can see that, but you can't see the face because the person is standing back facing to you, and says out loud, again, loud enough that you can hear, "They have a camera in this room. Thank you for like exposing my identity to whoever the fuck that is, but you're going to have to like take this up with your father later. Just get back on track, get back streaming. You've got an audience to work for." And then faceplate closes and she flips you off over her shoulder.
All right, I'm gonna send like a quick little like personal message, whatever, and it's gonna be like a sort of like cartoony picture of the door with a little like blinking explosion thing going like this, and then it goes boop, and then goes inert.
Okay, I'll assume that they interpret that pretty much as intended very quickly and be like, okay. So you've disarmed your trap, and it's not going to just immediately take them out or cause other problems.
There was no indication of what kind of trap it was. It was just like kaboom.
Well, yeah, totally legit. It's still there, and I will assume, for the sake of reasonability, that you could retrieve it or still blow it up if you wanted to manually or actively remotely, but it won't go off if they open the door.
With that data feed coming through, I'm going to send back a feed because now we've got contact with them. I'm going to send back a feed to him to be like, I'm so glad we could get aligned on this project. And since we're all on the same page and coordinating together, and I'll feed him the information about the potential assailants out in the main area. The first one with the 2 SMG is the one who's the melee fighter, and all of the data that we've got on them. Give them the information about the 3. And I'll also just be like, heads up, when the timer hits, the dressing room is going to be a bit of a problem. Just so you know that something's about to happen there, and you can act as independently as you want. We probably have that situation handled. These are our 2 primary threats, like the 2 are in the main zone.
Gotcha. So you provide, some data, and I will say that based on like the things that you can still see happening, Scrooge has gone back to sub-vocalizing to his guard / his mother, and the stream has been cut off for a little bit, but he starts it back up, and then is sort of like still sub-vocalizing, but has got like his game face on and is like, okay, all right, crew, we're here. We got 10 seconds, and I know exactly where this next clue is going to drop. Nobody else, he says with a slight edge to his voice, has managed to find it yet. And thanks to some shenanigans, it looks like most of my competition has found themselves chasing a wild goose. And he provides a link to the stream that Badly Drawn is running currently, where they're still following, at least they think, though it's no longer actually the same car. They're still following a car with that identification around, but let's assume that some of you with a little bit more knowledge are aware that it's already traded out. No longer the same person. So yeah, you've got him restreaming it, and he's just like, what? All right, folks, external cameras say, look here. And you see on your own Toki, and sharing this with everybody else, all those cameras you co-opted around the building are suddenly like, they're having to readjust for brightness because there is a beam of light heavenly shining down from above. And then it goes from a beam of light to tracking inward into a crosshair that is targeting the top of the building. And if your math is correct and you're reasonably sure that you're getting good signals here, it looks like it's above storage room number 4. And it starts like rapidly flashing, and then holds, vanishes, and the roof explodes in a very small circle. And everybody in the building feels an echoing crack as an orbital drop happens through the roof and into that room. currently empty.
And the crack happens. I
Yeah.
blow the gas grenade in the dressing room.
All right, I'm even to say you could possibly have been prepared for that a second beforehand, and it's not even really a question because you have the feed from all of this, plus also Toki's feed. And the gas grenade goes off. Your 3 like marketing exec runners are completely blown by that. They're just like shouting and they're freaking out, and they've dropped their cover. They're just not very stable. They're not good at this kind of thing. However, at that same moment, just before it happens, because they're probably also watching the same feed from Scrooge, if nothing else, the 2 who are standing near Drift move into action. The one who is maybe a drone operator, that turns out to not quite be correct, is standing there when like the suitcase on the ground next to them unfolds and begins Iron Manning a suit out for their like colleague, who steps into it as she is moving towards the door to room number 4. So she goes from wearing essentially a nice like tuxedo suit, which is at least lightly armored, to steps forward, metal boot rises up around that leg, and as she's throwing herself forward, it just continues surging up over her body. And so she is at elite level danger, just FYI. Yes.
The immediate reaction is quick grab of like, screen grab some video feed, shoot it over to mom, and say, basically be like, EMP grenade on the outside of the door, use at will.
Okay. I like
Push
it.
the button, it will work for you.
So by providing the feed, you do kickstart her into action. Okay, this is where cards come in handy, because I've got in my head an idea, but on the other hand, you've provided new options. So let's see what happens.
And I also have the other EMP grenade, but I don't want to be in the proximity of that. But I do want the other dude, or not dude, but the other entity, whatever, to be in the proximity of that, because obviously they have some kind of tech going on.
Yep. So the other person running the suit or drones or mech stuff, the hacker with the woman running towards the room, is currently still distracted by what they're doing, as far as you can tell. And so, having tipped off mom, I am drawing some cards to decide exactly what she does about it, because she has more information now.
Sorry to keep interrupting. Is Odin, are you in the main area with me now? Or because you said you had exited the...
Yeah, down the hall.
In area as well.
Yeah, Odin may technically be closer to the room that is now the target of the drop than you are. Like, it's marginal. You're both narratively nearby, but Odin was essentially coming around the corner from the dressing room and had sort of stopped or was wandering towards you, but didn't want to make a big deal out of that. Cool. And the door is essentially, if Odin was to go around the corner to his right, he's just yep, it's right there around the corner, 3 doors down.
On whatever connection we have, I flag the hacker as priority 1 and the suit as priority 2 for you, Odin. Okay. Assuming that mom will sort of run interference.
All right. So I'm going to want to do a couple of things all at once when this ship starts going down, and you flag the hacker because that actually is going to change my priority queue. I've got the second gas grenade, so I'm gonna drop that right. I'm gonna do a beeline straight for Drift and for the tech cart, dropping the grenade as I go in front of the hacker. Slide up beside Drift and be like, "Pardon." Grab a big ass case off of the tech cart and pull out a long rifle.
Okay.
I imagine it's one of those things where you pull the case out and then you push a button and give it a flick and it kind of unrolls and is click clack.
Yeah.
Yeah, where like the barrel itself is like slides into like locking positions with itself. Like yeah, I pull out a long rifle and immediately draw a bead as the room begins to just fill with smoke. And I know I saw I saw rifles on here somewhere. Where was it? Oh yeah, large heavy weapon.
Awesome.
Uh,
This is a very dramatic point at which I need to humbly request a bio break.
Yeah, actually, I was about to say, I feel like we're hitting a moment here where there's a big like reveal happening. I can take a moment and do some quick check of stuff with cards and take a bio break myself, and then we can come back and we can wrap this part up, and then we can decide if we're taking a more extended break at that point before going on to post the consequences of this encounter. So we left off at a moment where we suddenly upgraded from, some tense jockeying for position and dealing with the sort of less capable members of the audience to now things got real quick because the package is being delivered in perhaps the most flashy way possible directly from space. And you have about 2 seconds warning at the point where you are able to determine you're pretty sure what's about to happen. And as that is going down, you're pretty sure you don't have to worry about 3 of the remaining 5 people you don't have information on or control over. The remaining 2 seem very much of the same tier, at least, of you, veteran runners who have a lot going for them and are apparently all in on grabbing whatever is about to land in that room. And you do have a cyber ninja and her son on your side. At least sort of, maybe kind of. And last I heard, Daniel had just grabbed a giant, perhaps anti-material rifle, similar to the Black Widow from Mass Effect. This is what I'm envisioning here. And so physical space is perhaps a little more important now than it was for a lot of the earlier part of this game. So I envision Daniel is moving down a hallway and suddenly goes from, bystander security guard in the eyes of many of the people around to grabbing off a cart this giant rifle that, with a single shake of an arm, explodes out of a case into combat readiness. Facing you directly and only about 20, maybe 30 feet away, a woman has just broken into a run with a mechanized suit currently possibly being controlled by a drone operator, expanding around her as she's running. And while her original target was clearly just she's beelining it for that door, it's possible she'll need to make some new decisions in a second here, now that she sees Daniel, or Odin. Also, Max Drift sent a quick video clip of this happening to your other warrior in play, and Scrooge's mom is about to act. So does anybody else have any other setup or prep they want to do in the literally just 2 seconds as combat is beginning? I know physically not there, but TOKI can definitely influence things in the digital space in 2 seconds. So what's the plan?
Let's see. Drift. What is it called? Yeah. So Drift activates the quadclops, and that's the majority of the thing that he's been dealing with. Basically, most of this thing splits, and there's 4-legged kind of like combat bot rises up, and it's not actually called a quadclops. It's just what he calls it because it's a cycloptic kind of like horse-headed thing, but it effectively prances out of the housing, but it is I mean, so I'm basically checking off a resilient drone that
Yep.
is built for combat and like interdiction. Like it's a guard bot. It's not meant to aggressively pursue and hunt. It's meant to sort of like get in the way and interfere with people in a potentially lethal manner.
All right. So I can totally buy that one. We've certainly had the gearbox waiting there for activation, and now we see what has been sitting there this whole time. And
Right before we went on break, I did drop that grenade right at the foot of the maybe drone operator, maybe not.
Mhm.
So the whole area is filling up with smoke as all of this is starting to happen. So I imagine some actions need to happen before I get to like sort of declare what's happening next for Odin, but Odin's got a thing.
Okay. So, and Toki, do you want to do anything at this moment?
I was kind of thinking possibly, have I been looking at cameras in the storage room 4? Are those still up?
So you have been, and we've established earlier that you checked pretty much everything, and that room you knew was a possible target. You just didn't want to draw attention to it. So you were watching it, and you are still receiving up to this like second when the thing's about to land, direct live footage. You can see that the room is a mostly empty storage facility. It's like essentially just like what's in room number 5, but less on the shelves. And it's mostly like spare tablecloths, towels, linens, things that would be used for setting up different versions of the event spaces and like cleaning supplies. And so at first, it's pretty unremarkable and also not exactly like hardcover, but there's still stuff in there. You're pretty sure you can tell that there's nobody like hiding in there because that's been a sort of important point this whole time. But technically, we could have somebody like decloak any second, and maybe they're about to get murdered by an orbital drop they weren't expecting.
Okay, I guess so. I don't know, because the thing that I was thinking of doing seems like it's not going to be super effective. I was kind of thinking that Toki could have like already mostly prepared this, but had it so that she can just shut off all of the lights for the whole entire section, and then either we'd already had some sort of, gear for everybody to see. And also perhaps have the feed from the cameras as well. So once the lights all go off, everyone's, of our group, their night vision goes on, and then the night feed cameras are also so they could see side by side,
So
overhead sort of scenario.
it's I feel like that's totally valid as a thing you could have set up, and I would say that would be a one stress flashback to be like, I already planned this whole thing and we have gear for it, because you all already have various ways to augment your vision, and that's not asking a lot. I think what seems to me to be the realistic and like you might plan for this is the way to go would be to not only be shutting off the lights, but like something is happening that is causing, like whether it's various grenades or devices that you're dropping, or Max's drone is emitting pulses that are meant to disrupt like camera night vision sensors and stuff. And what you're doing is actually giving intense, like second by second 3D modeling of what should be in front of them based on your data and scans and things. And so it's like, it might be wrong, but if it works, you know where everything is and nobody else can see anything. And because you're shutting down even infrared cameras and working on that kind of thing is my vision for how you could be super effective if it works, but it might not work.
Yeah, I think that kind of makes sense.
Okay.
And then, I mean, like I do have control of the light, so if I need to, I can turn them back on.
Yep.
Yeah, that seems to make sense. Would that be a role
I think what we'd see here is a roll to see basically if this is going to have a dramatic impact on the threat level or effectiveness of further things that are about to happen. So it's a one stress flashback, and then you're rolling smart and code, and you are if you succeed, I think this is currently like a threat 1, effectiveness 2. So if you succeed at that level, you wind up in a situation where maybe I will provide a reduced threat to like damage taken from the enemies, or like, you know, Dan or Odin and Drift will be in less physical danger because they'll be able to see and other people won't. Okay. If you want to step it up by either sacrificing dice or otherwise increasing threat level to yourself, the effect of your work could be even more impactful. And this could result in like just totally disabling certain capabilities and putting you in a situation to control the final combat much more carefully. So would you like to trade anything for increased effect, or are you going to go for 1 and 2?
I will try and do increased effect at my own
danger.
Yeah.
All right. So that means the threat level goes up to 2, and that might mean that you get targeted, or maybe like somebody is going to be like, I'm going to counter hack this while it's happening now, and you'll be getting some feedback in the real world from that. So 2 and 3. Go ahead and roll your 4 dice.
Okay, movement of truth. Okay, a 1, a 3, a 3, and a 4.
4 is still a success. And because you were at a higher threat but a higher success level, I'm going to say that what we're looking at for a partial success, you can choose: is it still effective at the level 3, or does that drop down to a 2 again, and you just sort of like things are a little bit more chaotic, basically? Or do you have to deal with some countermeasures right now, but you still effectively took control of people's ability to see?
I feel like I'll take on the countermeasures so that everything kind of goes smoothly for them while I'm trying to, make adjustments.
So your network is already well established, but unfortunately, some people just have no respect. And so a lot of things around you, not just you, but are receptors of a massive DDoS style attack. So currently your servers are being overloaded by like ping requests and various kinds of low level attack. It's not even targeting you personally because they just didn't have time, but like the entire power grid around you is fluctuating, and your smart approach is glitched as a result. So that means for now, you are like able to use it, but one of your dice would be a glitch die, and that could lead to bad things when using the smart approach.
Okay.
And you can resist that, is a thing I should say. If you choose to resist the consequence, you take stress or check off another resistance thing.
I would like to resist.
Okay. Because glitching your biggest approach is definitely...
Yeah. I'll take stress.
Okay, so to do that, you roll your appropriate approach, and that could be smart in this case.
Okay.
And if the higher you get, the less stress you take as a result.
Okay. I should roll this one too, but just in case. So that's just 2 dice, right?
Yep.
5 and a 5.
Okay, not bad. You take 2 stress.
All right, perfect.
I haven't been actually counting or keeping track of, but I assume if anybody hits full stress, you would tell me, and we would wind up talking about the thing that happens at that point.
I've been tracking it on the mutual sheet that you passed out.
Yes, same. I am. So the problem is I'm scrolled over to the other side of the sheet, so I can't see the actual tracker unless I scroll. And I'm lazy. But all right. So you feel this like overwhelming attack, and you are grateful you spent the time setting up that network earlier. Apparently that paid off because you're just a random pawn shop, and so you're not receiving any special amount of like deterrent attack here. So you still have to put up with it. but it's just a little bit of extra headache to deal with. It's not a big problem. And you don't glitch. All right.
Drift, on the other hand, is like, what the hell is going on?
Yeah, so you got a bunch of drones receiving this kind of feedback. And like fiction-wise, I hadn't really been thinking about that, but fiction-wise, it would make sense if, because you're not running an open network, you are running your drones, and they are receiving some of this, but it's not like you are a building Wi-Fi. So I would say it's going to be mostly just the fictional, like, oh, this sucks.
Yeah.
However, at that point, I think we've dealt with Toki's interaction. So what happens as Toki is like, oh shit, it's time. And you trigger the shutdown of all the lights, which is really not hard. But the trick is then trying to make sure that you're trying to disable cameras of people you don't like by flashing certain like light sources and devices that you have with Drift and the drones that he was dotting around, like the cameras and stuff. He was dotting all over the place as his drones were flying around, was prepping for this clearly. But you don't need to disable Mom, and you do want to disable person with mech suit. So you are trying to balance that, and it's an active process. As a result, some of the following roles will be modified in your favor, and we'll see how that goes. So, Drift's quadclops is like, it's like, I imagine like big shoulders rolling forward on each side as it like stomps out and essentially tries to get up to speed and like tackle either the runner or the drone operator that, and I would say like, Daniel, you're too far away to have dropped, but you could easily have thrown underhanded, like lobbed that gas grenade to the feet of the operator, if that still fits with your fiction.
Yeah, so the lights go out, strobes are going off, the smoke is filling the room, which is going to totally screw with IR, but things go dark.
Nice.
And in the middle of the black, you hear like a coil line ramp up. And in the middle of the dark, you see Odin sort of like light up a little bit, and he's like, "Yeah." And then you hear the horrible thunderclap of that massive weapon go off as he fires it straight at the drone operator.
Okay, so you are rolling ranged combat. So currently, we have a much more controlled situation than you would otherwise. Your target is not the person paying a lot of attention to their physical safety right now. And also with all of the things we just established, they don't have an easy way to tell what's coming. So I'm going to say we're looking at what would have been a 2 and a 3 for 2 threat, 3 effectiveness. Because Toki opted to take on the consequences, we also have the threat level to you drop to a 1. So basically you're firing and nobody's firing back. You don't have to worry about like anybody paying attention to what you're doing because they literally can't see you. And that leaves you free to decide, what do you want to do about increasing that effectiveness from 3 to a 4. 4 and a success, whether it's a crit or not, is going to take out the drone operator unless something drastic changes. If you have a 3 and you have a success that is a crit, same deal. But if you have a 3 and you succeed, you'll interfere with them, but not necessarily take them out of combat.
Well, I definitely want to push the effect up. So I've got expertise in range combat, which I believe can let me sacrifice a die for the improved.
Yes, you can just straight up choose to drop 1 die for increased effect.
So I will do that, but I'm also going to push myself to get the die back.
Okay.
Which I believe is another 2 stress.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, I'll push myself for 2 stress to get the die. I'll also sacrifice a die for increased effect. So that should put me at 4 dice.
That does track with my math.
Right. Well, assuming if my approach counts as stealthy would be the question. Does it have to be
so generally speaking, grabbing a giant rifle and firing at somebody in front of you would not be that stealthy, but I think we established that that is what is going on, is that you have managed to acquire cover of darkness. So yeah, I'll take stealthy. You're focused on what you're doing. You are not worrying about whether or not anybody is coming for you, because you don't have to think about that. It's just you and the target.
All right. Yeah, so you hear that coil line, the lights light up in the dark, and there's a horrible thunderclap, and like there's not even a muzzle flash or anything because the strobes are going off everywhere anyway. And let's see what happens. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. 6, 4, 3, 2.
Nice. Okay. So with a greater effect and a 6, like a level 4 effect and a 6, I should say, you just grab the rifle, and it's very easy to just do this because you suddenly don't have to worry about crowds. Those got sorted out earlier. You don't have to worry about anybody seeing what you're doing and having to dodge at the same time as you're firing. That runner looked super dangerous, but they can't see you right now. And so the thing you have to worry about is moving after you fire. So you fire. The bolt just anti-material like rifle fires straight through the drone operator. Drift, you can't truly see what's happening, but you hear like some kind of splatter around you. Like they're maybe like 10 feet away, and like, oh, gone. In terms of fiction, that might even have interfered with the mech suit that is being like applied live at that moment. It's hard to be sure because you can't quite see where people are. But your math that your drones are doing tells you that if your dog keeps running in this way, or your quadclops keeps running in this particular angle, they're going to find out if that person was able to keep running, or if they either stopped or made other plans. So, do you want to roll an attack for the drone? Is that how you envision this working?
Not at this time, but the way that I had, I've sort of been thinking about like what it might look like. So when it gets up, it's like a little like bread loaf cube, and as it starts to kind of like shift, the plates kind of separate, and you get what it looks like a rhinoceros kind of body, right?
Yeah.
Like the butt isn't all that big, and then big shoulders with like these plates, and then the head sort of extends out, and then a series of like a fan or sort of plates come out, and you get what is essentially like a triceratops without the horns, and a big glowing, or maybe not glowing, like sensor array in the middle. And so then from that, like, yeah, that's where it's going. What I want it to do is sort of get, since I don't know where the mech suited person is at, I want it to get to where I know mom should be. And you let me know when it becomes relevant for that to basically do a protect on my behalf.
Okay. Gotcha. So what you are actually able to still see, assuming that, we're dealing with sort of like having modified this live, TOKI is not blinding people inside that tiny room where mom and Scrooge are. So you're able to still see through the IR on your drone because that's not gone down in there. So Scrooge is still talking to his audience as the lights drop, and is like, all right, it's time. And reaches down and grabs essentially a giant like laser cutter, like saw, and steps forward towards the wall, while his mom, carefully avoiding the line of sight of the camera that he's got set up to record what he's doing, is making a like levitating straight through that door kind of like dive out the side to where you had pinged that the grenade was. And last you can see before she enters the area where like you really can't make your camera useful, or cameras, she grabs the grenade on her way by and is tucking and rolling into the hall and preparing to, it looks like, try to stop this person from breaking into the room. And this is the moment when a orbital drop pod smashes through the ceiling and everything shakes.
Nice.
Following through on the 2-second delay you had.
Okay. And I'll squirt a quick message with a picture of the robot and just say, like, be nice to Tammy. She's here to help.
Okay.
And if and when it becomes relevant, the idea is Tammy's going to, like, gallop forward, spin around, slide, slam her head sideways to make sort of like a half barrier that you can crouch behind.
That actually is very appropriate, I think, for possibly being effective here. So you have a person you believe to be trying to engage in sort of like melee combat, mech assisted, augmented assisted, but their goal, as far as you know, was to get to that delivery and then try to get out without getting caught. If they didn't change their direction, they're going to smash through that door / wall, depending on where they're aiming. But Mom wants to stop that. Your Tammy is trying to, like, provide some cover. They're both elite level, so they sort of, in their own sense, could cancel out. But Tammy can shift the balance. What I would say if the woman in the mech suit was going to attack one of you is that you have to resist being glitched out by directed EMP field before you get to roll. And as a result, in this case, you can sort of let Tammy take that, and like Tammy is physically throwing herself in the way. So any kind of like melee attacks that are followed up or that are following up a directed EMP burst hit a giant hunk of metal, whether Tammy is still active or not. And possibly that means Mom's implants and suit remain active when this person's are maybe about to go down to that EMP grenade.
Yep.
So
yeah, if protect works the same way as blades, it's essentially any of the consequence or consequences is me instead of you. So
okay.
Yeah.
All right. So you're like, I can't guarantee exactly what's going to happen, but somebody's going to like punch a box of metal. And Tammy like forms herself into a chest-high wall that somebody can crouch behind to regenerate all of their health in 30 seconds.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Different genre. In this one, nobody heals. And so you try to decide how to describe something that is very difficult to see. You're pretty sure that Tammy is at least achieving location. But then you do start getting like sensor diagnostic errors from her like sensor package because there's some kind of EMP field shutting her down. But you do hear like some really heavy like clanging from something impacting that like armored carapace. At this point, then what you can all see essentially boils down to very rough ideas of where people are or were and like trajectories of where they were going based on best guess. And you can decide if you want to like ask if X happened, where would this person be? And I shoot there. And you can definitely see that Scrooge is talking to his audience, cutting through that wall and like about to like go and get the box or whatever it is out of the drop pod. And that's his like plan is clearly to like ignore the fighting that his mom is meant to be keeping away from him so he can live stream like I'm clever.
All right.
Yeah.
I will just a quick ping to him and say, do you have an extraction point? Does it have room for extra?
And assuming that this mostly like feeds back to everybody, he's like trying to like mostly ignore you, but pings like an affirmative and a like neutral. So like maybe like he's at least not saying yeah, let's all get together, but he's not saying definitely no. But it's basically thumbs up and like shrug emoji.
Like depends on if one of you gets killed, maybe. I don't know. There might be.
Yeah.
Like okay. Cool. Yes. I'm just wondering like how much I should hold back in case I need to like acquire a vehicle or something.
That's a very good question. All right. So yeah,
He does have her van. It's not
Yeah.
flashy, and it might be running on fumes, but it still works.
Yep.
All right. I think in the middle of all this chaos and confusion, having taken out the drone operator, immediately Odin's going to make a beeline for the room and try to get in there past sort of around/through the fighting, since with all the confusion going on, and just like if it's a roll, probably like a stealth roll to try to get in there. Not to get the package first, though. What he's going to try to do is get in there and slap a tracking drone on the package and get the heck back out before the wall comes down.
All right. So you know from what the feed you're watching that, Scrooge is trying to cut through and grab it. You could maybe make this happen, but you're going to go right through whatever is physically going on in an altercation between Mom and the mech-suited person. So I'm going to say, if you're going to try that, you can roll stealthy and athletics or close combat. Close combat, you have a die in, so that feels legitimate. And you're not trying to hurt people so much as make sure you're not going to get murdered. But the trick is, what's happening there is going to be fast and dangerous. And so you would be at a 3 at minimum for threat and maybe a 1 for effectiveness at first. And if you succeed without enhancing that, you would maybe get in the room by the time he's getting in there, but not before. If you get it up to a 2, then maybe you could succeed as you explained. That would be, in this case, raising the threat to a 4, basically sacrificing safety for speed.
All right. Yeah. Well, go big or go home. I'm going to do that. I'll sacrifice safety for speed.
Yeah, I was going to say, go big or go home, because, hey, if you can guarantee you get that package, maybe this is it, and you will be able to get out. Yeah.
Can I provide a brief flashback where when we sort of were crossing paths in that main area, or could we have crossed paths, do a palm swap of my EMP grenade to you?
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will accept that. That will be a 1 stress for a combat maneuver.
All right.
And
I toss the grenade as I go.
So here's the thing: we've got a lot of possible anti-electronic stuff is in play, and you believe that Mom is in possession of a grenade and it might be about to go off. Of course, if you're trying to overwhelm shielding and make sure this person goes down, maybe that's what you want to do. I will say, if you use that, I would probably say we're gonna wind up with people getting glitched out a little bit by proximity. That doesn't stop you from doing stuff. But.
Yeah, I think that's perfectly fair. I think I will. I'm gonna sacrifice safety for speed. I will go ahead and use the grenade. I'm also going to reach out to Toki, and Toki, do you got any AR for me? Which I'm kind of fishing for an assist here.
So yeah, Toki, that was kind of part of what I was trying to do, right? Was to provide the 3D renderings based off of the drones that Drift had already had. So yeah, I'll feed that info.
All right. So if you take 1 stress, that gets an additional die for Daniel. I'm going to say that the extra EMP grenade, which is going to be two of them going off in close succession, will give you also increased effectiveness, but glitch something afterwards. And so what we're looking at is, instead of 3 and 1, we're at bonus die and 3 and 2 at that point. And then you said you're trading it up, so it's going to be 4 and 3.
Okay.
4 and 3, bonus die, and afterwards you got at least one thing that's going to glitch, even if you succeed.
All right. I am fine with that. Oh boy. All right. So 4 dice then. So here we go. Okay. Double 5s.
Okay. So you're going into a blender. people augmented that heavily, moving that fast, even if they're not using, traditional or monofilament bladed weapons of various kinds. They're going to crush flesh and snap machine parts, and it's not going to be good. So actually, one important piece of data, in addition to the 3D rendering estimations that Toki's giving you, exactly where Tammy wound up. So that physical location is a thing you can stand on, and probably nobody else is standing on it. And so you go around the corner, and are you bringing your rifle with you? Are you leaving it behind to move faster? I'm just curious.
I think given the extremely short timeline on this, I think I ditched the rifle because it's very large. Because I'm just trying to get in there, and I want to get out before that wall comes down so that he still gets the credit for this.
Gotcha.
But I want to have insurance that if he picks up that package, we still know where the package is.
All right. So you are highly motivated because, again, if you can get that package, that might be the thing you need to get revenge on these corporations and get yourself, stable afterwards. You leap over people moving around and land on Tammy's shoulders. It doesn't move. It seems to be completely frozen. It's as sturdy as a concrete block at this point. And you drop the EMP grenade before jumping off, and it goes off a second later. You can feel your whole body shiver, and you for a second lose the ability to breathe as it rattles your headgear, which starts to glitch out.
Yep.
Now, again, you can resist that, but you have limited ways to resist.
I think that is absolutely appropriate, is that his headgear is glitched. I think that's correct.
Okay. You're okay, deep breath, and then I'm not going to worry about that until you shoulder open the door, and it's a conference center. It's not a secure location. That's not a problem for you. You're through. The feeling of your head just not working is extremely disconcerting, but you're moving fast enough that you're able to get to the smoking crater, which you can now kind of see because in this room you weren't intentionally blinding yourself here. Inside the room, what landed is essentially a shielded crate. It has what looks like an old missile housing, basically. It landed through the top of the roof and embedded itself in the ground. Math seems to have been done to the point where it didn't penetrate the subfloor concrete, but it definitely smashed through the vinyl planking over the many bundles of cables that were strung through the floor for various purposes. And there's a steam pipe that is breached in a wall, and there's water leaking out from the floor around it. But you basically think you have a choice. You can try to slap a tracker on part of the exterior housing that is kind of damaged and wouldn't be obvious, or you can rip open the top, which might or might not look like it's been ripped open then, because it might look like it's just been damaged on entry. And stick the tracker on the interior of whatever is there. You assume there's some kind of physical thing that could be extracted, because the whole thing itself would be a big ask to lift that up and move it out of here.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the latter. I'm gonna tear it open. Hope any tear open looks like part of damage from it. I mean, it's an orbital drop, but being damaged would not be weird.
Mm-hmm.
And try to slap the tracker on whatever the actual payload is.
All right, you grab it and you try to rip it open, and a surge of just electricity violently shakes your body as you're doing that. You're being electrocuted. You can resist if you want, or you can take harm of level 2, which is 1d negative to pretty much everything of electrocuted.
All right. Well, I will try to resist. What do I need to do to resist that? I wasn't keeping close track of resisting.
You have a couple options. You can essentially either use up special resistance if you haven't used it yet, which I forget if that requires that so actually you can't really use that, I think. I'm going to say, because that requires your gear, unless you have another way to upgrade yourself using your extra load, which could give you gear. Maybe I would let you use special resist with. You have a fitting type of armor. Yeah.
The special resistance, your augmentation is your special resistance. If it's relevant, you can tick that off. But like you were about to say, armor, you can retroactively say I had armor, and declare gear as long as the armor would be useful.
Which this would be for. So you could say like, oh, of course, your normal like security armor has resistance to being tased, which I would take.
Okay. I'll go ahead. Yeah. So I'll check off as a gear. I'll check off armor. And just say that I'm using armor to resist it.
All right. You're like, oh, this hurts, but whatever. You rip it open, slap the tracker onto what appears to be it's a machine of some kind. Maybe it's like a computer. Maybe it's like there's a housing, and there's definitely like an interface, but you don't know what's inside the housing. It's about the size of a shoebox.
Then I'm going to get back out.
Okay, you do so. I'll say that at that point you're able to like you just drop everything back together. So maybe somebody actually analyzing it would be able to see that it had been opened, but in the chaos that's happening right now, you feel like that's not going to be relevant. But getting back out, also possibly dangerous. So drift. You felt Tammy stop functioning as a active drone. You still know where she last was, and that's updated in your map. You can hear some very violent action happening over there. When the 2 EMP grenades went off, though, I'm going to say that you have to resist also first a level 1 harm, unless you want to take feeling toasted, as like your implants are just like sparking and it's like this is not going great. Doesn't have a whole lot of impact, but it'll make doing stuff with your drones less effective. And then also when the second one goes off, like immediately thereafter, that's like 1D. No, that's going to be like glitching out a system at that point. I would say probably glitching out your aggressive approach, because moving stuff too quickly would go funky.
All right. Then remind me again what the glitch die does. I remember it was a novel thing, but
sorry, educate me.
So the glitch die, you roll the glitch die whenever you're using an asset that's glitched. You need a differentiated die that is your glitch die roll. On a low roll on the glitch die, you get a gnarly consequence on it. On a high roll on the glitch die, it's a consequence, but you can still resist the consequence.
Gotcha.
And so it doesn't reduce the number of dice you roll, but there's one special die, and it's basically 50-50 chance. It's always going to do something bad, but sometimes you can resist it.
Gotcha.
All right. So then, I don't have a whole lot of really great stuff that I can do, but what I can do is I can check armor and basically say, like, I'm bringing EMP grenades. I should probably bring a little bit of defense against EMP grenades. So at the very least, for the larger consequence, I'm going to have my armor, and I'm going to take that toasted status, because it makes sense. I'm like, oh yeah, I can totally handle an EMP blast. And then the second blast comes, I'm like,
yeah. All right. That seems extremely valid. So you just check off that armor and harm level 1 toasted.
There we go.
All right. So that'll impact effectiveness ratings, which you can still compensate for in other ways. All right. So, but having happened, you know from that flash and the information you're getting by being able to get data from Daniel or from ODIN, who's now inside a non-blinded room and can sort of see the fight happening just outside the door that he has to now escape through. You can sort of tell where Mom is and where mech-suited warrior is, but you are not necessarily easily able to like target one with just like an attack. You can try. And you can also do stuff with drones or other action if you want to intervene. you know Odin's going to want to come out of there, and that's a very difficult prospect right now.
Mm-hmm. So Tammy is, you said essentially she was glitched, but then being hit again, is she just like out of play?
I'm willing to negotiate how out of play, but like maybe a roll you could get stuff happening. You're receiving very little information. Maybe technically you could send an instruction and maybe something would happen.
I'm not sure. I think mostly I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to move up and like get a sense of what's going on in the room. Like I want to look and check it out and send feedback to TOKI and Odin. So
okay. So you're going to try to provide more information so everybody can actually deal with that fight.
Yeah.
While this is happening, can I try to reboot Tammy? Like, it makes sense. That
Sure.
I think she'd want to be online.
So I would say, as long as Drift confirms that like he would have allowed you to have that kind of access.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. All right. So that would be a coding roll, and I think you resisted being glitched out on smart, so you could still make use of that. But I'm going to say that it is a very difficult prospect to get that going. So you're sort of like operating blind here, is trying to send a bunch of reboot commands and being like, all right, here's the whole list of things that might function. Let's find out what's working. And so I'm going to say it starts off at like, one difficult or one threat, because this is not very dangerous by itself, but also only one effectiveness.
Okay. All right. So let's see if we can get Tammy back. Come on. 6s. No 6s. 2 4s.
So I'm going to say with 2 4s, what you get is information for the most part. You can tell that Tammy is not like destroyed, but you're getting almost no responsiveness. So you essentially initiate a reboot, or like you send the commands to do that. And you're like, Drift, if Tammy's going to be operational at all, give it like 3 seconds and try it again.
Okay.
And the like, what is it? Like Windows update 1 of 15. Oh no.
Yeah. I know I should have run that before the run.
getting your robot ready.
Yeah.
Do you own OneDrive?
Oh no.
Horrible.
Yep.
It totally is doing that. Like it's the equivalent of robot OneDrive offers and like things as you're like trying to just click through the.
Yep. It's like, do you want to be reminded to register your attack dog in 3 days? And so you're working on it, and thanks to TOKI having started the process, as you're moving up to get closer, you get a better connection. And like you think the actual problem is that the person you are trying to take out seems to be generating some kind of active EMP field, and that was part of the point of the suit, was that it was one that was supposed to be, once applied, something she could just use herself to like what's it called? Memory metal, like using electrical impulses to control it, but it doesn't need to be smart, and it doesn't need to operate as a series of electrical motors. And so it should have just been augmenting her own like biomechanical implants. You think that might not have worked properly thanks to Dan taking out the operator before it could be applied. So as you approach, basically what's happening is Neo versus Morpheus. Like they're like attack, block. However, it's not as evenly matched as it would be if she had managed to finish suiting up. And so Mom is actually, as far as you can tell, also trying not to just straight up murder this person, and is just trying to hold her back. So that's part of actually causing a problem for Odin, because Odin is like on the other side of that, trying to like see a way through. So if you could do something or communicate something that could make a clear opening, or make Tammy do something, Odin might be able to slip out.
I have a flashback, and it is that I have provided extra ammunition to Odin. I'm a tinkerer, I'm a rigger, and what I got for you is effectively like goop rounds, things that splatter and then harden immediately on contact with oxygen. And so I was basically like, this is non-lethal and it's meant to mess with drones was my like worry. You know, you shoot a rotor and it like falls out of the sky, right? But there's a lot of moving parts on this thing. And maybe one shot wouldn't do anything, but you mess with enough gaps and gears in this, maybe you can freeze up and lock enough of its components that mom can really like break it down. So that would be my flashback is basically like, you know, if you have a sidearm that you can pull, I've provided this like kind of specialized ammunition.
All right.
That arm that I can pull. What a coincidence.
Ooh. So it sounds like a single stress flashback for Drift. And then Daniel, take it away as what you want to do.
I will note, I am one takeaway from Overload, which I plan to use later.
Okay.
I am also one tick away from Overload. I did not remember to note that earlier.
That's okay.
Wait, am I one tick away? Wait, am I on the wrong page? Come on, where am I?
You're probably on the
I am on our sheet. I'm 2 ticks away from Overload. Okay.
Okay.
Oops.
Yep, that's what I see here too. So works for me.
All right. I'm going to, so having ducked in and ducked back out of this fight, and I guess I'm basically ducking back into this fight again, I'm going to unload the entire clip of these rounds against the non-mom mech-suited individual. And no attempted precision here, just trying to gum up as much of the works as I can, just empty the clip at her, like, and we're practically at point blank range.
Mm-hmm. All right. So you approach and you're gonna like just spray that like goop as much as you can in order to lock up this combatant. I feel like that's, you know, ranged combat, but I feel like, is it stealthy? I feel like it's more aggressive than stealthy at this point. But I'm willing to let you argue that one.
Well, I mean, the visual disruption's still going off, and she does have her primary opponent, so I could sort of argue that it's like a backstab.
Mm-hmm.
But on the other hand, I am in very close proximity, and I did just arc my way right through the middle of their freaking fight a moment ago, so she's probably considering that I do still exist. It really depends on how much of her attention is focused on Mother or not.
Yep. All right. So what I will do is I will ask you for a luck roll.
Okay. Just a D6, right?
Just a D6. Yep.
All right. Rolling a D6. 4.
Okay. With a 4, she's not paying attention to you. You can use stealth, but one moment. So back to the cards for some kind of additional little like piece of detail that I think might be worth noting. Fight precise structure. Okay. So you're trying to get in there, and the problem is that you're probably also going to hit Mother. That's almost unavoidable at this point because they're just so like close to a timing at each other. That's not necessarily the end of the world. However, you might want to note that.
All right. I think basically if I can land more rounds on one of them than on the other one, it'll still probably tip the scale.
Okay.
I suppose the other thing so is there any way for me to get out into that hallway without getting turned into mincemeat? Like even if I can't get past them?
You can. It's just basically throwing yourself into the middle of the fight and going as fast as you can, which would be something like, you know, athletics or melee combat and trying to just move quickly. Stealth isn't really applicable to diving out. That's really going to be more of like an aggressive, like I have to go past. You can, and what I would say is there are probably going to be I'll probably give you a specific harm consequence if you try it, and then you can resist or not.
I think we'll go with unloading the clip and then going past them immediately after unloading the clip.
Okay.
Well, we'll stir up some chaos, but I need to get out of that room before that wall comes down.
Okay.
So I'm going to do that. I'll unload the clip.
All right. So you do so. Go ahead and roll, your range combat and stealthy, because you were allowed to use that based on that roll.
Okay. 4 dice. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 5, 4. Well, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Okay. With a 4 or 5, you're able to tip the balance, at least for now. You spray as much as you can, making sure to like aim for like body, knee, and like shoulder joints if you can, and hopefully only hit like the mother in the hands or like ends of feet while lashing out if she's in that space, because you really can't account for where they're going to be at any given second. But you do manage to mostly plaster this person, and you can immediately see like suddenly the blur of motion changes. It's like, jamming a stick into a bicycle wheel. Suddenly motion stops, and for just a split second, hesitation tips the scales, and there's a resounding crunch as Mother manages to like land a chest kick and send this person flying back. And at that point, you can effectively exit. Any consequences from that seem to be in the direction of this person might be a little annoyed with you, but since it turned out in her favor anyway, maybe that's not a big deal. All right. So you dive out of the room, and you're basically just trying to get visually clear of the package, right?
Yeah, my highest priority is getting visually clear of the package to maintain the deal, especially since Mother's still a significant threat, and I don't think I've got enough resources to deal with that as well. And then my secondary priority is actually to put distance between me and Mother. I do not want to be in arm's reach if they decide to double cross.
Okay. You go for like rolling, diving, falling as far as you can out of the way, and then back on your feet. You can't see very well, but you definitely know where all of the physical structures are, and run past where you think Drift is, and sort of like go up against the wall there while hunting for your rifle.
Yep, exactly. I want my long gun back.
Okay. I'm going to assume you're able to get it back, but it's sort of like in the moment, it might be like, okay, where is it? Oh, all right, got it. And
not scramble.
All right. So, Toki, you're able, like, everybody else can see this too, but they're all too busy.
Drift says when, like, you, like, slam up against the wall and there's, like, this puff of smoke as you, like, appear out of nowhere, and Drift goes, took you long enough.
It's literally, like, a total of 6 seconds.
But, like, he slams against the back wall and, like, throws, like, debris, and you're like, took you long enough. And he like puts up his middle finger as he's sliding down the wall.
Nice.
Yeah. So you were, thanks to your success there, able to make it out without being seen by the camera setup that Scrooge is running. About a second and a half later, you actually do see Mother in the silhouette of what you can make out from the door as light suddenly pours into that room from Scrooge's little base camp. You can see Mother dragging this other person just like out of the way. And you can't tell what state they're in. They're probably not dead from what you saw, but they're certainly not going to be getting up anytime soon. You can kind of make out what's left of the person you shot. And given the situation, you probably don't feel super bad about this particular person's life choices leading them to this fate. But that was a very, very heavy rifle shot. And so there's just like implied splatter across the side here. You can see their feet, and you can see like one arm, and those two things are like 15 feet apart. And then Scrooge busts in the door down like the wall, like it goes falling in, and he jumps through going like, all right, fam, we got it before anybody else. And like runs forward and pries open the thing. And now you realize does not get electrocuted because you took that on earlier. And you can see lifting out this box, he's like, oh, 3D printer. Let's see what this thing makes, to his camera, and then runs back into the other room past the camera, and then immediately stops and like hits his headset, and it goes, all right, we're not live anymore. And I think at that moment is probably a good time to end the second by second play because we think we've gotten to that stage. But if anybody has any final actions they want to declare as the cool, like, we're now going to make it out of here, I think that's where we decide how you escape and then go to epilogues.
All right. So like as soon as we kind of like drop out of that that play by play, I'm gonna send a quick ping to Mother and ask if I can like, what's the status on your hostel, and do you want me to disable the suit?
She says still alive, and sure, you handle that part.
Okay, because I have like 2 ticks in rigging essentially.
Yep.
And so like I can further jam a stick into the spokes, but maintain that person's like not being dead status.
I think that seems legitimate, and she's quite happy to let you be the person who has to think about that.
Cool. And then the last thing is, we don't have to roll about it, but what I was holding my last glitch point for was I was going to have hot-wired and like remote like planted a jamming like remote device on like one of those essentially the Cybertruck or the Humvee version in this world, and smash through the back wall where that exit was, and basically be like, get in, losers, we're going selling, you know, like.
So you do still need to get out as a crew, because otherwise other people's security is going to start showing up very soon, because, you know, it's been about 30 seconds since something actionable happened, and response times are not as fast as for you people who are already here. However, you know there's going to be corporate security on their way to secure, at the very least, the models and their gear. And so you want to do it?
I mean, yeah, I'll go full glitch on a flashback to have, you know, done that. And so, you know, it's one of those things where by the time this thing like activates and comes smashing through the back, then, you know, Drift's sort of been holding it together, and then you see he's like leaning against the wall, and then he just kind of like slowly slides down and is like, all right, so I got us a ride, but I think I need a hand.
And then, bam, a truck comes smashing through, and you're sitting there next to Odin, and the two of you are like just so exhausted, but like fingers crossed that if they don't shoot you in the head right now, maybe you got your score. And I think we then are wrapping up with getting in the truck and Toki being like, all right, no one knows I was even here. I'm just gonna like extricate myself from that network, and we're gonna go. So as it turns out, in the immediate aftermath, Mother and Scrooge do get in the pickup with you to get as far as about a block away, where they're like, we've got our own craft from here, and they leave the box with you. But Mother, as you're getting out, as they're getting out, keeps having to like get Scrooge to like not start a like, how dare you like fuck up my like stream, this is like, this almost like totally fell apart, this is not acceptable. But you also notice that his persona is he's not only angry and like the 17-year-old like vigilante, he's angry and he sounds super different. Like, accent is very corporate. And while his mother keeps trying to get him to shut up, you're like, this is weird. There's something there. And we'll see if what happens during the epilogue maybe brings some light to that.
Out of like sheer annoyance, I'll send back a quick clip of like the video of like hands grabbing, opening the thing, and then like electricity blacking out the feed for a second, and be like, son, sit down.
Okay. So I think he probably is like giving some pause, like, all right, you respect, dealt with that or me. So we'll send you a little something extra. And it's very weirdly, it does not fit his persona at all. It's his response is great gratitude, but of a like monetary variety, which is not the vibe he gives off on his channel. All right. So as we try to let you ride off into the sunset and you're checking out this, you got a fucking 3D printer in a box. You're like, let's set this up and let it run. And while it's running, we should start some rolls and figure out if people manage to achieve their angles and what does that look like in this particular situation. So just double checking to make sure I understand how this works. But essentially the way it works is we'll go through, everybody gets a turn to pick an approach and declare how they're going to pull off their angle, which we established theoretically earlier. And I remember clearly for Odin and Drifts. I forget if you mentioned a specific desired upgrade to your life, but you're sleazy and you want to sleaze your way into the future, I imagine. And then Toki, you say learn the truth on your sheet, and I'm blanking out what you said about that, but you're welcome to reestablish it as we proceed. But what matters here is for things that you got out of this, for each marked cred, captured a bounty, extracted and sold corporate secrets, found a stash of untraceable cred sticks, did a solid for Mick Smith. So we can talk about what you all might be rolling here, because there's some pretty big changes to this default to 1 to 2 dice. So as we were going through this, you all discovered some interesting bits and pieces, and you have one big possible secret to reveal that you may or may not be able to unearth as part of this payout. So my question is then, once assume that people are able to take a breather, which is a mechanic that would essentially let you clear your harm, ignore levels 1 and 2 harm, not necessarily clear, but you're no longer having to battle against your implants shorting out or your sheer level of tiredness. And I don't think it resets any glitches, but I'm double checking on that. Actually, that might be on a clear sheet.
I think it was you ignore harm, or you can refresh some of your stress, but it depends on the roll. And you can give yourself a bonus die if you have appropriate gear. So if you check off extra load and you're like, I pound like 3 Coke Zeros or something like that.
All right.
Yeah.
So in that case, just double checking to look for the roll on that, because it's probably 1 or 2 dice usually.
It was in here on the special actions page on that very like back sheet on the bottom. But yes, if you roll with your appropriate approach, not a skill, and then you get a bonus die if you can bring your angle into it, and a bonus die if you use appropriate gear, and then on a 6, it works and you clear some stress, or you ignore level 1 or level 2 harm penalties. 4 or a 5, you suck it up, you clear 2 stress or ignore level 1 harm penalties. A 1 or a 3 is like you just clear 1 stress and like, good job. Crit is pretty cool, but we can deal with that later.
So it's not really technically part of like the full session, but I would like to, here's my offer. Describe how you take a breather narratively, make a roll, and if we get to the point where at least a couple of you could afford to push yourselves on some actions, I will let you make a final roll to see if you can unearth any last secrets before we get to the payout. As the 3D printer is setting up and running, how are you all taking care of yourselves in the aftermath of that combat? Sell your character's personality a little bit more in the fiction. So, Odin, let's start with you.
Well, Odin's actually going to be over by that 3D printer, and I'm going to check off my last piece of gear for the loadout. There's going to be some microtronics tools. Because he's been on the run for so long, he's going to sit there and try to repair some of the damage that he just did to his own life support apparatus.
Yeah.
And just like sit there with like one of those like curved makeup mirrors and just like a bunch of like Allen wrenches and like a portable soldering iron and like a magnifying glass and like the whole like he's doing it backwards in a mirror, but he's done it so many times kind of thing that it's like he's able to do it, but it's like really awkward. But he's trying to sort of like mend some of his gear. It's not going to be perfect, but that's what he's doing.
Okay.
Which I would argue is going to be smart, which he's got no points in.
Yeah,
and then
that's
maybe streetwise to give him like at least a point.
so. I do not. You don't really get a skill, so I'm gonna say that's like this is your big deal. Is like it's really hard for you to take care of yourself, and that's why you so badly want revenge. But so it sucks. But you're gonna roll 2 dice and use the lower.
Okay. Well, let's see what that looks like. All right, dice. We're getting a 6 and a 5.
Well, that's about as
cool.
that's actually pretty cool. I mean, even so, I'm gonna say that's about as effective as we could hope. So that's at least a success. So you clear either 2 stress or ignore or remove a level 1 harm penalty. And what that effectively means is that you're able to get yourself to a point where you can think straight and you can see straight and your headgear is working. So you're able to participate, even though you're still pretty tired.
Yeah, I'll clear the 2 stress. I didn't actually take an actual harm that time.
Yeah, we just glitched out your cyberware.
Yeah, and you can't unglitch the cyberware, so.
Yep. Because this is a one-shot and no one has time for that kind of healing. So Toki, let's go to you next. How do you de-stress / repair / celebrate?
I think so. Her whole thing is all about just knowledge and learning things and kind of just being deep into all of that. But I think she has a guilty pleasure because a lot of this happened because she was trying to go to school for certain things and she got pushed out of that.
Right.
And so she's a big reader, right? She likes to read. And so typically her favorites are the classics, but in times like this, she goes for just random smutty romance. So she's got her head in a buck and she's just all I need a break from reality.
Yeah.
She's just got some bag of chips and she's just ignoring the rest of the world for a little bit.
Yeah. So you're taking a breather. You are totally all right. Man, that was a lot. I'm just done for a minute. Nobody bother me. And you go ahead and make your roll using your appropriate approach, which I guess smart feels maybe empathic, but I feel like you'd be choosing smart there.
If I can.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
So roll 2, see what I get. A 6 and a 4.
And so at the very least, clearing 3 or, levels 1 and 2 harm. And so I feel you're able to recenter yourself, right? This is an opportunity to get your energy back, having had to be so much on the go and paying attention to so many incoming data streams. You're just 2 data streams, salty, greasy chips and smutty romance novel. Only 2 things to worry about right now, and that feels good. And then Drift. How do you deal with the aftermath of essentially frying your self out there at the end?
All right. So he is sort of everyone climbs in the back. He's remote driving, and then he says all right, you knuckle suckers can take a break. I'll drive. You relax. And he climbs up front and pushes the privacy screen. And as soon as it's over, he reaches into his pocket and pulls out the little squeezy bottle and goes and just screams obscenities with bloodshot eyes for 30 seconds. But his hands were shit. As soon as he sits down, basically he sits down and he goes from effectively hey, and then he's just hands shaking. And then once he takes his hit of I think it's a neural stimulator to kind of keep him together.
Okay. I feel that's very appropriate. And go ahead and make your roll. Your approach is going to be probably aggressive. Yeah. So go for it.
All right. Double fours.
So similarly, I mean, I feel like that fits very well. It would kind of be silly if you suddenly felt actually good, but you're back to feeling like you can act like you're actually good.
Yeah. I'm ignoring that toasted effect right now. Just keeping it together barely.
So things are no longer as shaky. You could be effective. You are in control. You totally got this. You could stop anytime you wanted, both the crime and the drugs.
Mhm.
Like,
yeah. And so once that's done, I lower the privacy screen and I sort of lean back and go like, hey, who wants squid burger?
and so while you're chowing down on some like additional like terrible greasy food later, and you're waiting for in the back of that truck the 3D printer to finish doing its thing. Once you plugged it in and fed in some like homogeneous matter that it could parse. So the one rule I want to make now, I don't like games where there's secrets that don't get revealed. The question is, does the secret get revealed in a way that lets you take advantage of it? Okay. So what's going to happen now is a roll for your group's personal security on all of this like stuff you've done, right? You did all this prep ahead of time. You did the best you could during the action. But now, like, did you get at all noticed, followed, caught by whether it's any authorities or just other runners who are now spying on you or were spying on you during part of that? And I'm willing to let people pitch whatever given role makes the most sense. And if we can get a full success on a difficulty, threat to success or effectiveness to, so if you get a crit success on that, or you can raise the effectiveness level to 3 or above and get a full success, and if you can get to 4 and get a partial success, it will impact your score at the end. So you can decide how you want to handle it. However, any further penalties could theoretically result in character game over for one or more of you in some way. It can be a dangerous gambit if you raise the threat level.
Okay.
Because you could be gotten while you're eating your burger.
Mm-hmm. I'm not necessarily anti-corp, and feel like we did a very interesting debut performance, and so not counting the others, I may have extended a digital business card, essentially, like freelance driver for hire. Let me know if you're interested in any contracting work along after our engagement.
Okay.
Does not include any contact info for the others, but because I want to, respect your not being picked up and carted off to the gulag.
Totally legitimate, but maybe this could make you rich someday. And then
that's my whole angle.
Yep, exactly. So that seems a very legitimate business opportunity for you. And then Odin and Toki, do you have any particular like security or reaching out to people who might help you that you either already took care of that you want to kind of just discuss in a pseudo flashback, or that you're going to now go and like, I'm going to go check my drone camera footage or like sensor sweep or check the perimeter, etc. here at the end game?
I think that I'm going to have to be doing a lot of spin, a lot of damage control. Like there's at least one witness who saw me at the site. And I do think that I would argue that the email that I sent as a parting shot at the guy at Anatoly, I would think that like, it's going to come out that I wasn't actually working for my old company again. Like they're going to figure out that like I was clearly there as a freelancer. But I want to argue that maybe with the right, like tapping the right people on the shoulder, pulling the right favors, they can believe, okay, he totally wasn't, like, clearly he wasn't there on our behalf, and he was totally just improvising a bunch of bullshit to get Anatoly off of his ass. But then he totally noticed a security threat against Anatoly and protected him. And used that as kind of a, like, it's not like, oh, well, all debts are forgiven. They're still after me, but they're not going to be, like, mobilize the hit squad right now. They're going to be like, okay, whatever. We still know that we need to get him, but we know what city he's in, and we'll get to it eventually.
Uh-huh. Okay. I think I can see that being a legitimate bargaining chip. So I feel like the fact that you'd already done the legwork there, and are now just going to take advantage of it, seems to me like a good way to go. So I think that counts in your favor here. And then Toki.
I'm not sure. I know, like, through all of this, Toki would definitely be interested in looking back to see if she can find any more, like, information about the people who were involved and if she learned anything. But, like, she just likes getting information and learning stuff. So I feel like just the act of participating in this was, like, fun for her, even if it's not, like, end goal. So I don't know. Like I imagine she's just kind of like on the forums, like, like, oh yeah, this and what's the next thing and where do we
Gotcha.
go next? And these people were involved. What might that mean? Like she's having a blast.
That gives me an idea, and I think that seems to follow appropriately on. So, you're chowing down, you're scrolling the forums, other people are like, you're starting to feel like, you succeeded, you're celebrating together, but you've each got your own goals now, and that's kind of like coming back in. But the fact that you're each contributing to the same success here, so Drift's and Odin's opportunities certainly provide you contacts that might protect you in some way from immediate reprisal. And then Toki, nobody ever saw your face anywhere, and so you're like mostly physically safe, or at least you feel that way. And then as you're on the forums, something catches your eye, and to see what you can make of it quickly before things go more sideways, go ahead, and I think we're going to have you do the final roll here. But instead of being coding, this is going to be analyze, and I think smart still applies. But I'm going to give you an opportunity here to make a decision. I think we've already got from Odin and Drift's corporate contacts now. You have a sort of a threat reduction from the immediately angry people with the big guns and like untouchability. So that will reduce the threat level from 2 standard to a 1. And current effectiveness is going to be at a 2. But if you were to use empathic instead of smart, I think effectiveness might actually be a 3 to start with. You'd have it's essentially trading a die, but before having to actually do that. Or so you can't even trade a die because you're not using coding. So it would be an offer to let you sort of trade a die, because what you'd be relying on here is noticing something about people instead of noticing something about the system.
Okay.
And so you can make that choice. You're either 1 and 2 with smart and 4 dice, or you're 1 and 3 with empathic and 3 dice. And if you can afford any kind of push, you're still allowed to do that.
Kick up the threat.
Kick up the threat is a possibility. You can kick up the threat from 1 to 2, and then that would give you either 3 or 4, depending on where you started.
Okay. I guess I'll go with empathetic and kick up the threat.
Okay. So we've got 3 dice, and it's a 2 and a 4. So worst case scenario, people might be suspicious that you are poking your nose in somewhere. And best case scenario, ooh, spicy.
Okay. Let's see what we get. Oh, 2, 3, and a 4.
The 4 is still a success. It's just a success that comes with problems. Because you make some comments as you're like, trolling through here, and you're like, wow, it really was interesting to see like the live stream from Scrooge as he made this score, and somebody posts a response to you with a video, like where they're cutting out stuff that Scrooge has done previously, and you suddenly realize that the thing you're noticing about his accent, it's not just like he's more corporate than you expect. Like you're listening to the difference here. It's like he's clearly putting on the show, which you knew, he's a streamer, they do that, but you notice that he is not only like talking like this, but he's got certain physical mannerisms as you compare the videos again that line up with a well-known like school of thought that is not necessarily one that you love, because it's the Gorgoth marketing like academy that his father apparently runs, because oh shit, his dad owns Gorgoth, and this whole thing is a giant scam. It's not just that he's like not a vigilante and is a streamer out for himself. This is a setup of something really weird, and they're like fostering his community in order to do what is now a question. And the fact that you left that comment, and it's a different account, but maybe they're watching because it's, you know, all those accounts they could trace together, they might now suspect that certain people know that. So that's a possible problem, but in the short term is actionable intelligence. And that may help you all out potentially in your angle rolls. So let's talk about that. So that's sort of like our last shot is of Toki like scrolling through the forums, and like burger falls out of bun that you're holding, and you're like, oh shit, and cut. And you get to explain that to your comrades off screen. So as we're doing the angle rolls, everybody will declare an approach, and then if you're glitched, you get a reduction in dice. You don't use a glitch die, so like that doesn't have an impact here because there's no such thing as consequences. It just determines how successful you are in the end. So choose an approach. If it's glitched, you reduce it from presumably 2 to 1, because you wouldn't choose it if it was glitched and only a 1. Or probably anyway. If you had debt, you would take a negative. If you overlooked or failed to comply with critical requirements like time constraints, quality, integrity, etc., or -2 if you completely abandoned the mission. But you succeeded at the mission, and you're now waiting to see what comes out of that 3D printer. And then you also kept up your bargain. You did not yet do anything that would jeopardize that, but you have information, and you avoided accidentally exposing it because you succeeded at those rolls. So currently that means you've got straight up whatever approach you pick, so 1 or 2 probably, depending on if it's glitched. And then on top of that, essentially you captured a bounty / secret treasure. So you discovered something, you extracted corporate secrets, and could choose to sell them. And I would just decide, if you're going to want to take that die, you get to decide. Are you going to be making a big deal out of this thing, and how that impacts the narrative will be something you get to role play. So if you're selling that secret, you get that bonus die, but then if you fail, probably why you failed is that Gorgoth marketing came for you, kind of thing. And did a solid for Mick Smith. You so you helped not murder somebody, but you also murdered the crap out of their business partner. So I'm going to call that kind of a neutral. I'm going to say the helping out mother in that final moment wasn't quite successful enough to be a full bonus on its own. But, you know, actually, I'm going to say that I'll let you decide for yourself. Basically, everybody can choose if they're getting a die because they are in good with the Gorgoth marketing ownership / secret vigilante team, or if they're selling them out. So do you want to be more corporate, or do you want to be more runner? Basically, is sort of like where you get that die from. Because I feel like you can either argue your way into a die for that, or a die for selling their secrets. So I think that means we're looking at most of people getting at least 2 bonus dice there at the end. And then what I would like to say is that if you felt like you lived your character's like truth particularly hard, like, and I'll let you propose what was the moment that you think was the thing that pushed you over the edge. You can get a 3rd die. So let's go reverse order of last time. So I think that's going to be starting with Toki.
Okay. Well, the succeeded in mission. I actually think, for the time being, that she wouldn't want to sell out the corporate information, mainly because she feels like that would cut her off from getting more information, right? Like,
Okay.
being on the in with them for now is a ticket to just learning more stuff, which is her whole goal.
Sure.
And I could argue that finding out the information about them at the very end kind of
Feels like that
those-
moment.
yeah, that's kind of the moment where she's like, yes, this will get me closer to what I'm looking for.
Okay.
So that would be 3.
3 plus the approach you pick, and -1 if it's glitched.
Okay. And
So-
then does it matter which one I picked, or just go
So
with-
so you if you pick smart, you get 2 dice for smart, basically.
Okay.
And then I don't think smart was glitched for you, so you're gonna keep the full 2.
Okay. Just making sure. Okay, so going with smart, and then record this since it's the last roll.
5 dice, and
We'll see what I get. Okay. Oh man. 2, 3, 4, 4, and 5.
ooh, well, no 6s, but you did it. You know it won't last. This isn't the end, but you did it. So how does this feel to you, like leading down some next path for you then?
I mean, like, I think in general, like, she's like, yeah, okay, this is a step in the right direction. We're not there entirely, but I know now, that if I stay on the in with them for a little longer, I can probably get more information. I might need to be a little bit careful. I don't want them to catch on to me, but I can probably get a couple more jobs that can get me closer and closer to finding out the information that I want. And perhaps I might be able to use this this deal that we have to even find out more information about, like rival corporations as well, if that will get me closer to the information that'll help me. So she's feeling good. She's a little, I don't know. I was going to say she's a little sad. I don't think she is. I think she's excited about continuing this. I imagine once she does find the information, she's just going to have a new thing that she needs to go after. Like, she likes it. This is what she enjoys. So,
All right. So, living that life out there, things are difficult, but there's so much more to learn. All right. And then I forget if we started with Max or with Daniel, so let's go with Odin. Odin, you're next.
Okay. Well, so from his perspective, like, you learned about the secret. I don't think he's gonna necessarily want to sell it out, because selling it doesn't really do him a lot of good. It doesn't really do anybody a lot of good. But I think he's going to try to parlay it, as in, like, observe this extremely effective freelance operator who was available. Gee, wouldn't it be a pity if his original corporation were to liquidate him? And we know that you got a business partnership with them because they were here at the exact same production that you were involved with the whole fashion show thing. So, like, I know you're associated with them. You know you're associated with them. I know that you're setting up this entire freaking community, possibly to take a fall, or who knows what the hell's going on. Maybe you could have a polite word with my former employer about how they need to drop it.
Okay, that sounds good to me. So I think we're looking at, you feeling like you got an opportunity to maybe reassert some control over your life, even though you can't necessarily take revenge unless you get a good roll and it turns out that this, whatever the next secret is that is printing currently in the back of that Cybertruck, currently turns out to be worthwhile. So let's go ahead and roll those dice.
All right, so that would be, I think that's empathy.
Yeah, it sounded more like an empathy-based thought there.
So am I going to get the same bonus dice from a force? So that'd be like 4 dice for me.
Yep, 4 dice.
Okay. All right. Let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4. We were looking at. Okay. Double 5s.
Okay. So similarly, you're in this zone where, this is not the score you thought you could possibly have gotten out of it. You're not suddenly breaking the bank and able to or is it the other way around? You're not suddenly overwhelmingly wealthy and able to afford a campaign of revenge while also reintegrating all of your electronics in a way that is easier to survive. But you can afford to get yourself repaired, and you think probably have less heat coming after you at this point. And that actually suddenly feels pretty good. How else do you feel about the situation, or what do you want to do with this new opportunity you've got to not have to be as on the run?
Well, that's going to be an interesting question, and I think it sort of leaves him on a little bit of a melancholy note because, he's been so obsessed with finding a way to screw over his former company for so long. But just being able to get out from under being constantly pursued by them is in and of itself a kind of victory. And I think it leaves an open question for is he going to be able to let that go? Because if he doesn't let it go, if he stays determined to be I don't just want freedom, I also want vengeance, I think eventually it's going to lead to self-destruction. He's just going to eventually wind up burning himself out against that attempt, one person against the whole company, to take them apart. It won't work. And if he can find a way to just find some peace with that, be okay with that, and find a way to keep his maintenance going and just get away from his past, he could maybe find some peace. But I think it's going to be it's going to be more of the end of the movie, looking at a sunset kind of situation where you don't really know what the answer to that is just yet.
Okay, that feels very on brand, and I feel like that fits both the character arc and the fiction of the day. So, of the runners, probably the most running, dirtiest dog out there was probably Drift. And so Drift, you have opportunities here, and you've got probably some way to make some money off the end of this ARG, which you'll probably figure out with the help of some of your clever compatriots here, if you can stay alive that long. So what do you think is any further impact on this? And then let's make that roll.
All right. His angle was upgraded life, and I'm sort of interpreting that based on his backstory to be find a way to just keep his chrome habit up and keep a lifestyle that is, above average at least, but having that sort of light at the end of the tunnel being a train, potentially because of synaptic burnout. He's doing that thing where you look online hey, are there any alternative treatments and things like that? And so that's where my angle roll is leaning. All right. And then
yep,
you had said that when I sent a little that little video clip to Scrooge, you said that might play in later. Was that
yes,
group, or was that specifically a credit on my sheet?
That was sort of a credit on your sheet there, okay, because that is the thing is, it might theoretically be it should go to ODIN, but you're the one who got his attention with it, and you're also the one most corporate dirtbag. Not quite, but So I feel if what you're looking for is the filthy lucre, then that would count towards you achieving your goal, which is essentially the filthy lucre. So I would say it counts as an extra bonus die there.
Yeah.
Plus whatever your approach is. So you'd be 4 on top of the approach.
All right. And then, my approach is going to be aggressive. I'm essentially just marketing myself to them with phrases like, I have outgrown ethics.
Yep. So, okay, here's the thing. I love it. It's perfect. And like we talked about earlier, it's possible that failure will be hilarious and terrible. But you have a lot of dice. Things are going to go fine. You should totally push those corporates for the payout you deserve.
Yes, and I will do that. So then, what does that mean? I have 6 dice, and when I do that, I'm just going to roll it, and you tell me what happens, because that's going big.
All right.
Okay. We got a 6. Single 6.
Alrighty. With a single 6, theoretically, what happens there is that you got out of this mostly intact, and it may feel a little hollow in some way. But here's the thing: for you, you're pushing that. You're like, no, I don't want to. I don't want to mostly be okay. I need some cash here, folks. And so you're showing up for that like payoff. You received at least one payout, and then you push a little bit more. And so you're able to like parlay the opportunity to keep working here and to not be pursued, and you got a cash bonus. But then after you and your friends are working on the next stage of this ARG, you're pretty sure this clue is leading you to something that might be worthwhile that maybe Scrooge will want to know about. You know, he forebore the opportunity theoretically, but you could sell him back in. You could bargain him back in. Maybe that's something he'd like to be there for. And so you show up at your cafe to meet about, you know, this opportunity. And you sit down across from him, and this like kid, like punk kid who totally does not deserve the level of success he's got and owes you for some compensation here, says like, all right, so you really showed up, did you? I'm a little disappointed. And then you feel a shadow fall over you as Mother stands up from the booth behind you, and that's where we stop. And your future effectively ends there, but it doesn't mean it's bad. It just means it's not something you get to choose.
Yeah. I like the idea that like he sort of offered the like, well, you could leave now, or you could come with us, and there's like a, you know, like an experimental treatment that's not on the market right now. But hey, by the way, if you ever leave, there's no access to that anymore either. So
yes, I feel like that's very much in line because, you know, he needs to be able to keep up his little campaign of vigilante justice, and that means he needs people to go do the dirty work for him.
mm-hmm.
And so yeah, maybe you are working for his team still, but
it's very much it's a one-way door for Drift.
Yeah. All right, and with that, we have, I think, wrapped up a campaign of Cyberpunk Augmented that I think lived up to the expectations that I was pitched from its marketing materials as letting us see what happens when these people try to go for one last score. Thank you so much for your playing and the excellent role playing that we got as part of this like little experience. I feel bad for these characters because they've certainly suffered.
All right. Well, thank you for running, and that was a blast.
Yes, thank you so much.
I hope that I lived up to whatever moderate expectations people had, because I haven't run Forged in the Dark for a while, and so I'm still like feeling my way around the setting up expectations and threat levels and effectiveness and all that.
Mm-hmm. Well done. Well paced. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, thank you. But with that, since we have hit our very long stop time, if I'd love to continue chatting and debriefing offline, but I should probably go take a bio break and, you know, eat some food.
Yep.
And I think we should all disperse with joy in our hearts that gaming can still happen for people who are struggling with adulting, like myself.
Right on. All right. That being said, I'm going to stop recording, and we can all, like, you know, relax.
Okay.
Recording stopped.
All right, so we're here to test the GameMaster's Apprentice Cyberpunk deck, which I had a lot of fun updating, in a run-through of the Cyberpunk Augmented RPG. Perfect for one-shots, and using the Forged in the Dark background in order to foster a situation where the players, the runners, can create a character that is at the height of their abilities and needs one last job just to get out or achieve whatever angle they're going for. So I'm going to use 3 cards to generate our one-shots prompt. Let's see, we've got that, that, and there we go. All right. So here we have, let's see, presence endangers others. Sure, that's probably going to be pretty common as a issue they run into. Treasure map, all right. And then incense and fancy gift seem less interesting to me, so we're going to stick with the treasure map as a belonging that inspires something here. Taurus get in the way, kind of like that. And I like the images from both of these latter two cards. So we got like prove yourself or die, which is pretty much classic Cyberpunk, at least especially for a final mission one shot. And then we've got Rabbit in a Hat and Mushroom Cloud Explosion. So I think with the treasure map, we're looking here at something that is considered. Let's go. Treasure map was Taurus. Let's go with this as a game, to some people at least. There's some kind of new game, or maybe like an ARG that a bunch of runners and randos who want to be runners have detected in the net, and they're going to try to prove themselves, but it's obviously dangerous. Being, of course, skilled runners will endanger the tourists who are just here to feel the thrill without actually needing to live it. And in the end, we're looking at, is this like a trick? Is it a trap? Or do you pull the rabbit out of the hat and come away with all that wealth, power, fame, technology, whatever it is that might be at the end of this ARG? All right, so that's the entire prompt I'm generating. And that's all the prep I'm going to do up until I take a moment to generate some NPCs. So I just have a set of corporate and runner NPCs I can use, and some of those tourists maybe. And I'll just have them ready to go for situations where they become necessary. Alrighty. A little closer to game time, I'm going to do some NPC creation. I have 6 minutes to create a number of non-player characters for this game. I need some tourists, I need some corporates, and I need some runners. And so I'm going to do at least one of each real quick here, using 3 cards per, just so I have some flavor. All right, we're going to do a tourist who's just going to get in the way. All right, well, the small pet might be relevant here. We've got a minor misunderstanding or conflict. Costume. Okay, so the fact that I was thinking tourist here is sort of like confirmed, but I don't really need that information because I already had it. We're going to go with the name. They're gonna be running by insert name because they thought that was clever, which I thought was clever when I made these cards. So insert name is a spreading pool makes me think they're gonna die. But so they're just totally unprepared, but they are carrying some useful gear. So the bag with armored briefcase, etc. I'm gonna say insert name, runner tourist who wants to feel badass. But is mostly just a walking bag of gear. All right, so that's their things. They're going to have a bunch of gadgets, and if they survive, that's going to be how. All right, so we've got them, and I'm going to pick, and so we've got costume and costumed, so that definitely just feels really like they're here cosplaying a runner. All right, so that's going to be their trait. Next set. Now we need, well, I'm not even going to pick runner or corporate, but we're gonna let the cards imply something. All right, so we got personal secrets, personal papers, and camp gear. Sneak, inconvenient child. Okay, so somebody maybe personal secrets, personal papers. All right, I'm thinking sneak, inconvenient child, and looking at the little balance beam icon here. I think this is a person who is too young to really know what they should be doing with their time, but they are maybe a corporate CEO's kid, and they have all the gear they need. They have all the tech they need, but they're not really integrated into the runner scene. They want to be, but they're kind of walking that line of being a tourist and being a actual newbie getting in the game from a corporate background with those personal secrets and personal papers. Okay. Name. We're going to go with Scrooge. They think it was funny. Scrooge. A young wannabe runner with a corporate past. All right. And then we're going to do one more. Got a local hero wants to chat. So, and then digital golem I like. All right, so I want to go with, this is digital golem. They pitch themselves as a hero. They appear to be a vigilante style runner, but they're not actually. They are in fact a corporate-backed interest, and they're here to win this for their corporate masters, but they want to look good doing it. They're effectively an a-hole streamer, but their whole thing is that they are like big and tough, hard to kill because, you know, they have that corporate insurance healthcare plan that keeps picking them up, putting them back together. All right, so digital golem, heavy hitting, hard to kill, wants to look good for their audience. All right. Corporate backed. That's not going to be really a secret. That's just going to be the situation. All right. So we got 3 NPCs. Made them in 5 minutes or less, approximately. So let's get ready for the game. All right, so I'm recording between our first and our second chunk of play to decide what's really going on with this quote-unquote cyber ninja who is secured storage room number 5 and has now been sealed in there sort of with a grenade trap by Max's character Drift. So far all we know is that they destroyed the cameras and that they are in the room, but we don't currently know why. But everyone's assuming that they're there as part of the ARG, but they could also have a secret ulterior motive. They could be here to disrupt the fashion show, to assassinate somebody. Unclear. Let's find out. So first question, are they here for the ARG? This is going to be likely yes. So likely odds, good odds, and the card says yes, question mark. All right. So with a yes question mark, and to be honest, I like the cutoff hand here. So that suggests to me that they're here as in addition to maybe for the ARG, a show of force of some kind. So maybe they are being deployed by somebody specific, but their actual function is indeed to figure out what's the next stage of the ARG, which to me suggests that they are not a person who cares about the ARG in order to win it, but they're here because they either want to disrupt it or they want to make sure that other corporate interests don't win it. So let's see. Do they have a team with them? Probably is going to be good odds for yes. So let's see. Okay, yes, they have a team with them. I'm going to assume that it's going to be D4 people, and the die here says 4. So they and 3 other people are somehow present. Probably they have one person off-site, and then the others are going to be around. And I'll manipulate the number as I need as we play, but basically that means there's a number of other operatives on their team. Are they aware of our heroes? I was going to go with even odds, though I didn't say it, and it says no. So actually, they currently don't know that our team is there. All right, so what's their, like, thing? Not just what is their motive, but, like, what is going on with them? Let's find out. Draw some cards. All right, so I've got challenged reputation seems legitimate here. And let's see, things that strike me from these cards. So yeah, a challenge to the reputation of a rival. So probably they're here to make a corporate rival look bad, whoever is hired them, or put this team together. Pardon Eldritch Pandemic. Nah, I'm not feeling that as part of this. So how about learn Benevolent Pandemic? Trap Benevolent Mentor. I like that. Okay, Trap Benevolent Mentor is going to be their thing. Trap Benevolent Mentor. And that's going to imply that they're here to catch somebody who is less evil doing a thing, or in general. All right, so it's during our break, and I'm going to be recording to grab a little bit of information because we've got big baddie combat happening between multiple NPCs and the party members. And so I got here weapons powering on, shattering glass, cheering crowd, all sort of the sounds play into different aspects of what's happening with everybody getting their weapons going, but then also shattering glass, I think I got an idea for, which is somebody breaking through a wall, maybe. Not so much glass there, but still, that's what it made me think of. And then cheering crowd is going to be Scrooge's audience. Let's see. A tense relationship is strain. I mean, and also secrets revealed or betrayed. Lots of things are going, and make a new friend or foe. Like, these are all things that could be sort of happening here, again, from different angles. We've got Scrooge's mom helping to fight the big bad. We've got the fact. I think in the end, Scrooge's dad is probably actually going to own Gorgoth Marketing. So I think that's actually going to be, that's the big secret. The question is whether or not it will be revealed or if that will remain hidden. And making a new friend or friend also very much relevant. So the outcomes could include this working out for everybody together. All right.